No idea if that'll work.
Thank you, Jim.
All right. Okay, so let's get started.
They all know, so.
Good morning. We're going to get started. Everyone who's watching live can hear us just fine, but we're having a little technical difficulty here, so we're going to have to project a little bit. My name is Ray Brescia. I'm here to welcome you from Albany Law School. I'm the director of the law school's Government Law Center, and it is a great honor to be here today and to host you all. This is clearly one of the most important topics that government, industry, and the general public faces. Reforming our energy delivery system to be efficient, effective, diverse, sustainable, and resilient. The Government Law Center is committed to exploring and supporting social innovation, technological innovation, and public service, and we're honored to serve as co-sponsors of this event with its lead organizer, the New York State Public Service Commission. I want to especially thank Audrey Ziebelman, Commissioner of the Department of Public Service and Chair of the Public Service Commission, for partnering with the GLC to present the symposium at the law school. We're also delighted to have Richard Coffin with us this morning. He serves as Chairman of Energy and Finance for New York State, as well as Chairman of the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. Among other things, he is one of the nation's leading experts in private sector investment in clean energy. During the Government Law Center's 35-year existence here at Albany Law, we have tried to focus on the intersection of energy, economic development, and sustainability, and the Center is pleased to be taking part in addressing the energy challenges before us today. As one example of this engagement, with the support of NYSERDA, we'll be holding our first Entrepreneurial Startup Law Day on September 13th here at the law school, where clean energy companies, emerging technology companies can come for legal checkup and free legal assistance. We hope that all the entrepreneurs in the room and those that you know will be encouraged to participate. It's my great privilege now to turn over the podium to Judge Eleanor Stein. Judge Stein is an administrative law judge at New York State Public Service Commission. She is currently facilitating New York's Reforming the Energy Vision proceedings and presided over the Climate Change Resilience Collaborative concerning Con Ed. She has published and lectured on climate change, energy, and environmental justice, including at Columbia Law School, RPI, and the New York State Bar Association. She's an adjunct professor here at Albany Law School, so I'm pleased to call her my colleague. She's also a neighbor, which means that when I get those National Grid reports on how well I'm doing compared to my neighbors in energy consumption, she's totally skewing it down. I know that. But most of all, I'm simply pleased to call her my friend. It is my great honor to turn these proceedings over to Judge Stein.
Thank you, Ray. Is this working? It's working. Wonderful. I was about to suggest that we use the Occupy Wall Street human microphone method to get through the day, but it looks like 21st century technology has saved us. So I would like again to thank Albany Law School and its Dean, Penny Andrews, and Ray and the Government Law Center for their hospitality and their support for this endeavor and for sharing this lovely stately space to house us for the day. I also need to thank the law school staff who have made this possible, led by John Springsteen and the IT office, for making the interconnections for all of our presenters here today and for you. And I need to thank the Department of Public Service staff for the hard work that has gone into this day. The webcast and IT team with Jeff Grugan and John Cobb, and Yvonne Super, Kelly Axett, Sarah Harris, John DeLoya, and his Baker Street Irregulars, who you will see running up and down the aisles. Pam Carter, Jim Dent, and of course, the incomparable Rudy Stegemuller. But this day would not have been possible without the creative thinking and the shoulders to the wheel of Lena Hansen of the Rocky Mountain Institute and Rich Sedano of the Regulatory Assistance Project, who really made it possible. So now it's my very great pleasure to open this symposium and to turn it over and to introduce to you the chair of the New York State Public Service Commission, Audrey Ziebelman.
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us.
This is, for us, this is the first time that the department has ever hosted anything like this, and we're truly appreciative of the help of the Albany Law School and help in allowing us to use this space and really partnering with us, and also echo Eleanor and expressing my appreciation to RMI and Regulatory Assistance Project for helping us put it on, and particularly also to Eleanor and Rudy, who I've known put a lot of work on this, as well as the department's staff. So as you all know, we at the Commission have embarked, I think, on an extraordinarily exciting endeavor, and it's one that it's truly going to take the village to help us resolve. We're really looking at a full transformation of wondering and looking and seeing how do we make this better for 21st century electric power customers in New York, and really thinking in terms of how do we make sure that all the innovation that we know is going on in this industry that will help consumers make power more affordable, to help us make the grid more resilient, to help us make the grid cleaner, and really provide true opportunity for innovation for many, many, many years to come, really is starting now. And we see this as a marathon. It's not a race, but but there's a marathon that we want to see get developed and really initiated in the next couple years. So with that, we've started on a fairly aggressive agenda, and I had a meeting yesterday with our department staff, and they're all in. They're very excited to move this forward, but they know they're going to need your help, and a lot of this is starting today and helping continue to frame the issues. On our path, what we're doing is we've broken this up into 2 tracks. The first is the identification of the business and scope and roles of the distribution utility, thinking through the roles of other parties. How do we get innovation into the grid? What kind of opportunities exist around information and data? And how do we make sure that we make the best use of this to drive system-wide efficiency, to drive real innovation for consumer benefit, and to really think about the retail markets as fully liquid markets with many, many opportunities for consumers to save money and have real choice, as well as to really accelerate what we want around emission reduction and a clean energy future. That's really going to be a lot of the focus today. And a big piece of this, and which I'm really glad we're tackling, is how do we get customers engaged? And so we'll be spending time today. I think we have one panel talking about that. And I think that's, for me, is part of the key of really enabling these markets. I've often said in the wholesale markets, while there were a lot of difficult issues, everybody was engaged. In getting these retail markets going, we have a big piece that we have to get engaged, and that is the consumer. And then the second track that we're working on, which wouldn't be the focus today, is really around getting the regulatory reform and the rate design reform working in alignment of what the objectives are that we're looking to achieve. And we have, while that's not the focus today, I think it is absolutely a critical part, and in many ways maybe the hardest part of what we're going to be tackling in the next year. Our expectation with the Commission is that we will get a preliminary staff report in the midsummer, and that in terms of what we call the Track 1 issues around the roles and definition of the utility of the future, we'll resolve that by the end of the year. And then at the beginning of next year, we'll be talking about what's this new regulatory and rate design going to look at, what's the transaction model, with the expectation that the distribution utilities will then proceed with following plans in accordance with what the policy decisions that the Commission makes. I'm pleased that in addition to the Commission staff today, we're also joined by Commissioner Sayre from the Commissioner, and I believe Diane Berman will be joining us later today. Of course, as you know, all 3 of us can't be together, or 3 of us can't be together at one time, but we're good at switching back and forth. In addition, I have the pleasure of introducing Richard, who is our next speaker, but before I turn it over to Richard, I also want to express my particular appreciation to John Wellinghoff, former chair of the Commission, and Patty Hoffman from DOE, who are joining us today among many other speakers. So thank you for coming. Again, this process we're using, this collaboration, really is open to making sure we get the best ideas in so we can make the best decisions going forward. One of the things I wanted to note is I woke this morning and someone sent me an article that as a result of the polar vortex last winter, heating costs in the Northeast region went up about $18 billion over the 3-month period, which represented about a 4% shift in spend for average consumers of what they had to spend on heating, what they previously spent. Our own staff did an analysis on the effects of the polar vortex on electric prices in New York, and on an unhedged basis looked at it about a $2 billion increase. The point of that, and really why it gets back to while I'm here, and I believe what Richard will talk about, is that we recognize that business as usual in this state can't continue. We have to find ways to do this better. We have to find ways to make sure that electricity remains affordable, that we're using the best of technologies, and that we're really thinking in terms of making the system more efficient and cleaner, because in the end, you have individuals who are having very, very difficult times paying their bills as a result of these types of price volatility, and I know we can do it better. So all this is about is really getting to the point of making sure that the folks who are really then paying the bills for the whole industry are benefited by the fact that we can do innovation, we can make the system more efficient, we can make it cleaner, and make it more economic. And when I had the opportunity to talk about joining the commission, I met with Richard, and I know in my excitement is that he has that same vision, and as leader of the energy team in the state is helping us in many, many ways to drive towards how do we get there in the best possible way. So I'm particularly appreciative of the opportunity to introduce Richard Kaufman and have him talk about really where his vision for where the state's going and how REV fits into that vision. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Audrey. Thank you all. I want to just add my thanks to the thanks that have already been given. I want to thank the Albany Law School. My mom always wanted me to go to law school, and this is about as close as I've gotten. I want to thank the Commission for beginning this process. I want to thank Judge Stein for putting on a party here. And I want to also thank my former U.S. government colleagues, Chair Wellinghoff and Secretary Hoffman. And so what I thought I would do is to put REV in a broad policy framework for the state. Governor Cuomo called me early last year and asked me to become his energy czar. That was his term, not my term. I know things didn't work out so well for the czars. And I think he saw several disturbing trends, and he has asked us to rethink our system. And so the nodding here is not a tick. That's how we change the slides here. One reason we need to rethink where we are is because of cost trends. And so this is the electric bill for the average Middletown household. Middletown is a typical town. It is not an average town in New York State. And you can see that we've enjoyed the benefit of a decline in power costs, which are in red, although you'll observe volatility. But the lines I want you to look at are the blue line, which is the delivery charges, which are up over 50% in 10 years. And in other places in the state, delivery charges have gone up 4.5 times faster than CPI. And I also want to observe in the green line down at the bottom that the state has also been adding to the burden of ratepayers. Over the last 10 years, $17 billion has been invested in the state's electricity infrastructure, and we have an old system, and so it's been great that that money's been put in. But at current trends, we're going to need over the next 10 years a 70% increase over that last 10 years, $30 billion, just to maintain the infrastructure, not including investments that would be needed to be made in resiliency. So the question is there a way to rethink this $30 billion number? Is there a way to spend the money more efficiently? And we need to look at this question of capacity utilization, which is under 60%. So let's look at the electrical system in comparison to some other capital-intensive industries. First thing you observe is that it's lower. It's different from other sectors, and really there's been a revolution in the last 30 years about a focus on efficiency, capital efficiency in other sectors, and this has resulted from a change in business models, greater use of technology, and financial incentives. Because we know that every dollar of capital has to earn a rate of return. And so it really matters if we can, to ratepayers, if we can improve this capacity utilization. And over time, getting more capacity utilization will reduce the burden on ratepayers over current trends. It's not just rate. Customers pay the whole bill, and unless you're a big enough customer to enjoy the services of an ESCO, no one's really worrying about your bill because power costs are passed through. This 35% of energy used in residential and commercial sector being wasted, that comes from one of the national labs, and arguably that number is understated because it doesn't talk about thermal losses and conversion, and it doesn't talk about how energy is used when people aren't in a room, for example. So from a cost standpoint, our current path is not sustainable. We already pay the second highest costs in the country, and they're going up. The other reason to change is that the world is changing around us. Here are a few thoughts here. We're not going to sign up wind or solar at these prices in New York, but there is a competition for jobs from other places. And by the way, Oklahoma signing wind up at these prices is not as a result of RPS. It's a result of companies deciding that they want to have a hedge for long-term power prices by using wind. And it's not just obvious declines in solar or wind. Technology is changing. There's both represents both a threat and an opportunity. Costs for CHP and fuel cells and everything else is declining. I have this battery cost statistic here, and it's really about exponential declines in costs from the benefit of scale manufacturing, not just improvements in technology. And that's something that we just really have not fully appreciated, how manufacturing scale really can have a huge effect on cost reduction. And this issue on battery, the things that are going to permit battery storage and electricity is the scale that comes from transportation, so we've got to think through this link between transport and the electric sector. Another reason to change is that we've got a tremendous opportunity in the state of companies that of technology that exists here. This is a sample of New York incubated companies. There are dozens and dozens of more. New York State has the top 5 IP portfolio in clean tech, but too many of these companies are going to die in the valley of death if we don't develop markets. I'm not saying that we only want to support New York State companies, but we aren't getting the economic development generally that we want from a transition to clean energy. And in terms of emissions, we're not getting what we need. So that's the why. Here's the what. Our policy seeks to give customers more choice, control, and value in their energy usage for each dollar spent. Technology gives customers more value, and value is not just about lower bills, but it's also about more independence and the possibility for a range of services that takes us back to the age of Edison, where we can barely imagine what those services might be. Permits greater convenience, comfort, health. And on this health point, the same technology for building control systems are the same systems that healthcare companies are looking at for greater in-home health care for the elderly. Because if we're going to deal with controlling healthcare costs and improving services, we need to also rethink that system as well. We want to incentivize utilities to focus on system and capital efficiency. Government must do its share to get more out of the dollars it takes from ratepayers. And so it means that we want to align policies and use of ratepayer funds to animate markets and to achieve this scale deployment. Right now, the programs that we have too often are too much the market themselves as opposed to being used to animate markets. And really, what we'd like to do is to provide a bridge to a self-sustaining, private sector-driven clean energy market. And the focus on markets is because markets move faster, they have more capital than government, and they bring about more innovation and drive growth and efficiency. So I'm not going to talk about all these, but in the last year, we've started to put this policy into place, reflecting these principles. In the restructuring of LIPA, where PSEG took over operations, there's a provision in the contract called Utility 2.0. That was before you invented REV. But really, this is the first part of rethinking a way of deploying capital more efficiently, more distributed use of more distributed solutions where it makes sense, and giving customers more choice. The Green Bank, the Clean Energy Fund, New York Sun are three programs which leverage ratepayer funds to stimulate markets. And this Community Grid Prize, which the governor announced in the State of the State earlier this year, is more than just a microgrid. It's an opportunity to give communities more control over their energy systems. And that will be, the terms of that competition will be announced in the next month or so. Next. So, REV is another piece of the policy, and it reflects the general principles and goals that I've talked about. And so, I guess we boil down into a couple of things about improving system efficiency, about creating better price signals that will help markets work, and to develop competitive markets around which customers to provide more choice and value. Now, the details of how all this will be implemented is in the proceeding. So just some final thoughts. We need to change, we need to move, but we need to be deliberate in our change. We need, for example, to look at the lessons from Germany. Germany's done some things that are admirable, but Germany's done some things that we need to be careful of. There's some high costs in Germany. There are operating issues. You have lignite plants being turned on and off, and the utilities there have lost 2/3 of their equity value. We want to recognize that transition to markets will not be overnight. And we have some excellent programs and policies that need to remain in place as a bridge. So we need to figure out the bridge. And finally, we welcome the collaborative process that the Commission has established in REV, and I just want to reemphasize that this approach of collaboration is what we want to do broadly in implementing our state energy policy. Thank you very much.
We're going to bring our first panel up. So. You have reserved seats in the front. You want to take a couple of questions? Not really. Okay. We are going to be calling up the first panel. Secretary Hoffman, Mr. Wellinghoff, and Mr. Hogan's already in place. We will be taking questions, and you can roll your questions for the first two speakers into your questions for the first panel. There are people who will be distributing index cards. Yvonne, if you want to stand up. The lady in red will be distributing index cards, and some other people. Think of things you'd like to put to the panelists. Scribble them on your index cards, and people will be collecting them and bringing them to me, and I'll be posing them to the panelists. If we have time, we can take some questions from the floor as well. I would like to thank our first two speakers for opening the day and introduce to you our first panel, which is on the national and global picture to set a context and a stage for the work that we're going to be doing here in New York. And we're very, very honored and happy to have with us Secretary Hoffman, the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Electricity Delivery and Energy Reliability at the U.S. Department of Energy. And Secretary Hoffman leads the DOE's efforts to modernize the electric grid through the development and implementation of national policy pertaining to electric grid reliability, and she manages research, development, demonstration activities for next-generation electric grid infrastructure technologies. Very much on our agenda for today and for this case. I'll just introduce all three speakers, and then we can proceed with our conversation. John Wellinghoff is setting up his slides. And as you all know, no doubt, he is a former, immediate former chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and who during his FERC tenure worked hard to make the U.S. power grid cleaner and more efficient, integrated emerging resources such as renewable energy and demand response, energy efficiency, local storage systems, such as plug-in hybrid and electric vehicles. And he championed the agency's landmark Order 1000, requiring grid planners and utilities to coordinate regional power line projects and encourage the integration of solar and wind installation. And as chairman, he instituted the FERC Office of Energy Policy and Innovation, which has promoted new technologies and the kind of new approaches that we're looking to develop also in New York. And I'd like to thank both of you for being with us today. And our third speaker is Mike Hogan from the Regulatory Assistance Project, who prior to his work there had been worked on programs at The Hague promoting the decarbonization of the European power supply. And he splits his time between the RAP's U.S. projects and its European Union teams working on power market design, low carbon supply, grid, and demand response. And we really appreciate having the European voice, even secondhand, from Mike very much today. So I'd like to turn over to Secretary Hoffman, and as you think of questions, just note them down, and people will be collecting them at the end of the panel. Thank you.
So good morning. I'd like to thank Audrey Zibelman for having me here today. Where did Audrey go? Ah, there you are. Judge Stein, of course, and Honorable Richard Kaufman. I think they set the stage pretty well, but I will tell you I'm still probably going to add more complexity to the conversation. If anything, we all know, and that's why we're here, this is not an easy issue. It is a complex issue, and there's many dimensions to that. And so hopefully what we can do is start rolling our sleeves up and build off of, I think, some of the notices that have been put out and saying, how do we move forward? There is a recognition, I think, across the United States we need to change. We need to evolve. This industry needs to evolve. But the question is how, and making sure we do it carefully with some thought and analysis and understanding the potential consequences as we move forward. But it's not easy. I mean, there's a couple things that I guess I'll bring up right up front, and that we're talking about engineering of the system, and we're talking about markets. And when I look at this, they're synergistic with each other, but one cannot replace the other. We look at the engineering of the system, we have to look at system designs, we have to look at requirements for the system, but we also have to balance it with how markets play a role and what competition can bring. And I think that's an important point as we move forward, is to make sure that we maintain a balance between the two and what we're looking at. We need to have diversity. I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all, and it's not necessarily a one technology solution. As we look for capabilities in the electric sector, it's going to be brought through with resource availability, but with diversity of resources. So, 1 megawatt of wind may not be equal to 1 megawatt of gas, depending on availability. And so availability can be key, responsiveness can be key, but how we want to look at the energy assets in the United States and building out the energy assets, from our energy transport mediums to our diversity in generation to the role of the customers, all those capabilities have to be brought to bear. So one of the keys is bringing as many capabilities into the system as possible. The third thing that I wanted to bring up right up front is I think it has to really focus on availability of information and the use of information technology across the system. We started looking at that through the Recovery Act program, and what it does is it unlocks the doors of what is potential out there, but also it provides visibility where there was no visibility before. Looking at sensors across the transmission system and on the distribution system has provided greater fidelity and insight to where the problems are on the system. And the thing that we should look at is how do we tailor market solutions, or how do we tailor technology solutions to address the problems on the system. And so we have to look at that balance of what are we trying to address, what are we trying to achieve, and what are the tool sets that can answer those questions. I'm not sure it's a one-size-fits-all. If anything, we should be looking forward to providing tailored solutions to the problems that we're experiencing on the system. And we have to figure out how to do that. So transparency by having the information is extremely important. So I said there's difficult issues. There's still difficult issues, that you still have provider of last resort. You don't have everybody. You want to make sure that you have fair and equitable interest across the system, the complexity of the system we talked about, but the time scales. Market solutions tend to be fast solutions, solutions you can bring online quickly. When you're talking about bringing capacity of generation, you're talking 3, 5 years. If you're talking transmission, you're talking 10 years. How do we match up the times? Is everything okay?
It just needs to talk a little bit more into the mic
to
pick up on the webcast. But I don't want to.
I thought I was talking loud enough.
You're loud enough, but this is for the webcast.
Okay, gotcha.
So into the thing.
So the last thing is time scale, is to make sure that as we're looking at the solution sets that we want to bring about, we want to make sure that we're matching the time scales. How long does it take to get transmission built versus generation versus the different types of generation, your gas supply and your storage. Recognize demand response, you can bring that on relatively quickly, engaging customers as long as the tool sets are available. But watch the time scales as you evolve. So with that, on the next slide just goes through some of the really challenges with respect to the urgent need for grid modernization and the activities that we're working on. There's stress on the system. We're operating closer to the edge on the system, so from the operating parameters, we're being challenged. We have to look at what are some of the needs, the aging infrastructure. I think most of you are aware of how the infrastructure is aging in the United States. We have increased variable generation, looking at the availability, more dynamic markets, more controllable assets on the customer level. And then we also have massive data. So how do we look at the big data around the electric sector or the customers? And we'll talk about that. And then the computational needs that are required in the future. Next slide. If I had a button, I'd do it myself. You notice I rolled my sleeves up because I'm ready to work. Anyway, So grid modernization, the way we look at it and focus on it is has to have 8 key attributes. I'm not going to go through all the attributes. I think that is what was presented very well this morning by Richard and others. But these are the things that we have to think, and sometimes they're competing. And you got to be aware that it's an optimization strategy that we're going after. Is how do we bring the most capabilities in the system, but how do we optimize? Because we want to have cost effectiveness, we want to be clean, we want to be secure. But it's going to have to be weighing some very difficult issues and decisions on what should we invest in from a long-term viability. Next slide. So other things that are imposing, I talked about the attributes, but there are risks. And I think as you move forward and look at what is happening on a system, we got to recognize the risk. We want to go to a cleaner portfolio. How do you do that? How do you still address cybersecurity issues? So as we look at more information technologies, we got to build in procurement language. We got to build in the capabilities to make sure that supply chain community, the information technology is secure. The physical threats with respect to how do we ensure that the generation technologies, but the technologies out there are physically secure. The interdependencies, it was already talked about the polar vortex, the interdependency with natural gas. All the systems are more and more becoming intertwined. You got the interdependency with the telecommunication industry as well. So how do we continue to think about the risks and looking at the availability of telecom versus the availability of privatizing versus the natural gas system and so on and so forth? We have to look at that. Then the next point is the supply and demand shifts. We're building out an infrastructure that we know has to be supported in the long-term needs of the future. So how do you ensure that any sort of change in technology, you have the platform that you're building that's flexible enough to adapt, be it distributed generation, be it a new technology that comes on board, be it offshore. You know, we have to continue to think about how do we set up the architecture that is supportive of all these technologies. So we've made progress. You know, although it's a starting point, we've made progress. We're now fine-tuning how can we reduce peak load on the system. We're fine-tuning how we can improve outage management across the system. So we are making progress. It's how do we capitalize on those capabilities that we're starting to build in the system and continue to build more capabilities. To me, this is just a starting point. So it's a great time to look at how do we evolve the business models and what some of the future requirements are, because we're starting to build those capabilities. So I just leave the cybersecurity up here. I'm not going to go into details on that because nationally we have a strategy around cybersecurity, which is find it, look at the monitoring technologies, look at the ability to find something that's happening on the system, identify, mitigate, and respond. But I wanted to just leave that up so everyone could take a look. But there is a strategy around cybersecurity. It is not a fearful unknown. We are making it a known entity in how we address it within the industry. So where are we heading? I think it was already started to talk about. Next generation energy management systems are going to be important. We're going to have control and communications all the way from the transmission system down to the customers. What makes it unique is the number of nodes and communication points. You can go from tens or hundreds of thousands at the transmission level to tens of millions at the distribution level. Lots of data, lots of analytics. How do we capitalize on those analytics but not get burdened by the data, the cumbersome of managing the data? So we have to look at how do we take advantage of the data and the lessons learned and what it tells us. What it should tell us is how do we optimize? How do we, drill with more of a laser point on some things that are required in support of the system and be able to analyze those efforts without having to say we're going to do a broad sweep and everybody's going to do the same thing, because we know the system is different across the nation and we're going to have some tailored solutions. So what we're going to see is communication and control that's going to change from the buildings environment all the way up to the transmission system. But because of the dynamics, we're going to have to be able to respond faster. We're going to have to be able to look at those dynamics differently than we're currently looking at them today. With respect to customer participation, transactive energy, or even market solutions, as we look at this, what we want to do is be able to tailor the price signal to what the needs are of the system. I go back, I think it has to be a balance between the market and the engineering design of the system. What is the system requirements? What are the problems we're trying to solve? And transactive energy and transactive markets is a way to look at those opportunities at the distribution level. So it's a project that we're looking at to say, how can we continue to engage customers with market signals, with signals on where problems are on the system. But likewise, we want to look at flow control. We want to look at capabilities on the system where we can better utilize the transmission and distribution system. So there's technology solutions that I think that actually can maximize the efficiency in the operation of the system. The last slide just goes back. It's about the customers. Richard, everybody talked about it this morning. Audrey, everybody did. Ultimately, we have to figure out how to provide better service to the customers in a cost-effective manner. We talk about microgrids. We talk about independence. From my perspective, it's how do we design a system that improves the reliability regardless of the owners and operators. We want to engineer a system that provides the best service to the customer as possible. Look at your critical loads. Define the reliability requirements for critical loads and how we advance the technologies in that area, whether it be distributed generation, whether it be shoring up with redundancy on the distribution system. There's lots of options out there. Somebody's going to have to take a step back and look at the system and then be able to weigh and measure those options. So with that introduction, I think it will be different across the United States, unfortunately, which will make it more complex. But it's a good challenge and it's an exciting opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to try to use this microphone. For those of you who know me, I'm not good at podiums. And we're going to thank not only Chair Zibelman and Chair Kaufman for having me here, but we're going to thank the AV people for putting up with me because I'm. Yes, please give them a round of applause. They definitely need a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Because I like to do things differently, as those of you who know me know that. So we're doing things a little bit differently here. We're doing an iPad presentation that I was incapable of sending to them. So I have that on me, not them. Yeah, exactly. So we got a screen, and we've got. I see. You got to get yours out of there. Okay.
Get this out of your way. That will help a little bit.
We're trying to get one VGA out and another VGA in for all of you techies out there. And this VGA has screws in it, right? I guess one of us should do it at a time. Close. We got the projector operating, so we're almost there. We just need to get the VGA in. Well, you're gonna have to get it out eventually when you go home, right? So.
No, this is not ours.
Oh, that one's not yours. I see.
By the way, we will be making all of these presentations available on our website.
Yes, I guarantee I'll get you this somehow, some way, other than the torture that we're going through now to try to get it out.
Questions, meantime?
Is it just a matter of unscrewing the thing? Yeah. Well, you got it? It's happening. We got it now. All right. Okay. course, it's going to sync immediately, right? There we go. All right. All right. It did sync. We're happy. Okay. All right. Sorry for that little interlude, but thank you all for indulging me for a second. It is a huge challenge, and it is exciting what you're doing in New York here, what the Commission's doing, and in concert with NYSERDA and the rest of the agencies in New York to take a new look at really what consumers need with respect to the delivery of energy services. Slide you have here behind you is 320,000 incandescent light bulbs, those kind that you can't buy anymore. A graphic done by a graphic artist who depicted this as representing how much energy the residential buildings in this country waste every 2 minutes. So we do have a tremendous amount of opportunity here because of what we have with respect to that waste in our country that was talked about by Richard Kaufman, and I've got a little bit more information on that as well. But I think it's informative of what has been laid out here, the 5 policy objectives of the REV that I think are right on point. Customer knowledge and tools to support effective management of the total bill. Market animation and leverage of ratepayer contributions, and I think this market animation is an extremely important aspect of this overall project. Because I think we do need to infuse energy services with markets and with that competitive spirit. System-wide efficiency, of course, this is where the dollars flow to the consumers. If we can, in fact, put that efficiency into the system, we have an opportunity to provide consumers with the ability to really control their energy bills in a very effective way. And fuel and resource diversity, of course, is important for the reasons of ensuring system reliability and resilience, and ultimately ensuring that the system operates in an effective way so that not only do we have a cost-effective system, but one that's going to operate for consumers. So I've distilled these points down some. I think our goals really are to deliver energy services that promote choice, that provide for innovation, that provide for reliability and resilience, and that can, in fact, reduce total societal costs and risk. And if you can achieve this, or at least start to approach these goals, I think you in New York will do something that all of us in this country are struggling to do. And so I think there are many people who are looking at you as a model, as a potential model that can be utilized to spread across this country to ultimately help us all have a better system. And hopefully avoid things like this. We certainly don't want to have our Super Bowls interrupted. That's why we want to have reliability. But we also want to have more resilience as well. And we may not be able to avoid things like this, but hopefully we can reduce the impacts of things like Hurricane Sandy and other climactic events. What's really frightening about this, there was a recent report that came out, and of course the blackout in Lower Manhattan as a result of Hurricane Sandy actually went into the 13th Street substation several months after this happened, and the president of Con Ed showed me how the water came in 4 feet up into the substation, actually 11-foot surge that came over the wall. So these types of things we need to recognize are part of what we're seeing as what, I don't know if you want to call this a trend or not, but this shows you the amount of outages of 50,000 customers or more affected. This was a recent Climate Central analysis that was done and part of the presentation of the president recently on climate change that shows you from 1984 to the present, we're seeing that storms and severe weather are accounting for an extreme amount of the total outages that we're seeing in this country. And so to the extent that we have these vulnerable distribution systems, we have to figure out those effects on consumers and their reliability and resilience, and the economic effects as well. Not only do we have affecting lives, but we're affecting businesses and affecting the ability to continue to do business in this country. So it's ultimately something that we do need to concern ourselves with, and we need to concern ourselves with our traditional system of a central station generation-centric system delivering energy over large transmission lines, and how that may need to change. And so if we look at efficiency curves, this is one of my favorite curves actually, or charts, done by Lawrence Livermore Laboratories every year. And it depicts some of the things you've already heard. Richard Kaufman talking about the 35% in the residential and commercial sector. Well, if you look at this chart, look at the left-hand side of the chart, and it shows you all of the energy source inputs in the entire United States for 1 year in quads, quadrillion BTUs, starting with petroleum for transportation, but here we're talking about electricity. So if you look at the coal, natural gas, geothermal, wind, hydro, nuclear, and solar, you can see those inputs going into electric generation in the quads in, and then you can see the services coming out for electricity for residential, commercial, and industrial. And what you notice immediately is that, you know, for the 39 quads of energy that goes into electricity, the services that come out for electricity are less than half of that. So we waste much more than 50% in total, not only that 35% in the structures, but getting from the generation source, generating it, and delivering it. All of those are opportunities in this country to reform the system in ways that we can dramatically provide consumers with reduced costs because of these inefficiencies. So what's happening? Well, consumers are trying to take control. They want control. Here's a consumer on an iPad using a program at Lowe's that you can get at Lowe's to control your thermostat anywhere in the world. You can, control your thermostat at home in Albany from Abu Dhabi if you want to, which is pretty amazing when you think about it. But, this is actually old school technology. There's technology now available that ultimately allows you to control, I just skipped a slide, but control your not only thermostat, but your lighting, your refrigerator, any usage in your home, any usage in your building from anywhere. Wireless mesh networks, in essence, that can be installed cheaply now. And here's the key. We now have the ability, because of communications and digital technology, to do this cheaply, quickly, and efficiently. And I know companies, for example, that were putting in individual modules in lighting systems that at one time cost $40 per fixture to put a wireless mesh into a particular fixture to be able to control it independently. Now I've got that down to a $2 chip. And they're going to drive that down to a 50-cent or a 25-cent chip. So it's going to be ubiquitous very quickly. It's going to scale very quickly. In fact, now manufacturers like LG are embedding it in their appliances, in their lighting fixtures, in their equipment that will be shipping out from the manufacturer rather than having to retrofit it on a retrofit basis. So consumers want more control. They're getting more control. They have the ability to do more control. They're doing it more cheaply. And then as a result, this is happening. And what we're seeing here is ultimately the shift in this country, a dramatic shift in the movement in the amount of load growth that we're seeing over time. So you see from the early blue line from the 50s to the 70s, our load growth in this country, average load growth in utilities was somewhere in the 8% range. And then if you move forward to the 70s to the 90s, it drops down dramatically to 4%, where it's now dropped down beyond that below 2%. And ultimately, we could get to a point, especially with distributed generation going in as well as codes and standards, efficient technology, all these things being combined, we could get to the point of a net zero load growth in this country. And there are places in the country, California has a standard for ultimately putting in net zero buildings at a certain point in time. So we are going to get to a point where we're going to be doing much more distributed generation and much more efficiency with efficient technologies and control those technologies. And that control allows you to do things like bring down your total lighting usage by not just 50% anymore, but 90%, because you don't have to have it on when you're not there. And if you have total control, you can ensure that it'll never be on when you're not there. You don't have to tell your kids to turn the light out anymore. And you can do it very cheaply, very cost-effectively, very easily with these kinds of controls that are becoming ubiquitous into the system. So the other thing that's happening is this. One of these things is going in. The last number I heard was every 4 minutes, but it may now be every 3 minutes. Somebody's putting on a solar system on a residential home. And I know the utility companies would like to find that person and stop them. But ultimately, they're not going to. And it's very interesting. I was recently at Louisiana Gas and Electric, and I had the opportunity to speak to their whole upper management team, the CEO, president of the company, the vice presidents. And I did a presentation for them about the future as I saw it anyway, my perspective on electric services and what they needed to think about, and really went into this distributed generation issue for them. And I asked them, had anybody among them heard of Solar City? And about a third of them raised their hand. How many here have heard of Solar City? How many here have not heard of Solar City? Okay. Well, interesting enough, this group of executives in Louisville, only about a third of them had heard of Solar City. And of the third that had heard of them, I asked them, so how many employees do you think Solar City has? And one executive said, 150. I said, no, they have 5,000. And I told that story next week to Lyndon Rive, who's the head of Solar City, and he said, no, you're wrong. It's 6,000. We now have 6,000, and we're growing at 400 a month. In fact, Solar City has more employees than probably most of the utilities in the state of New York, with the exception of Con Ed. So this is happening. It's not going to stop happening. Consumers are voting with their wallets, basically, their pocketbooks, and they're putting in these technologies. And this is what happened after Hurricane Sandy. They started putting in these technologies in Long Island. This is a shot of Long Island doing this after Hurricane Sandy. So when you're thinking of how you're restructuring the market systems and the operational systems for the traditional distribution utility here in the state of New York, you need to think about this trend and how this trend is moving forward and how you're going to integrate with this trend. And this is one reason why the trend is happening. Here's the cost of solar compared to the cost of coal and natural gas and LNG and oil. And it shows you dramatic reductions in the cost of solar relative to these other fuels. So it is becoming very cost effective. It's cost effective where I am now in Berkeley, California. I'm going to put a solar system in my house, a 5 kilowatt system. I did the ROI calculations. I'm going to be making 12 to 14% of my money. Of course, PG&E's rates are pretty high, but nevertheless, it's still a very good deal there for me. And it's going to become an increasingly good deal around the country. As most of you know, Germany has more solar than any country in the world, and they're at the latitude of Maine. So you have opportunities here in New York for tremendous amounts of solar, potentially. And this is what's happening as well. This is, I don't have any of the companies that Richard had. That there's probably companies like this in New York, but all these companies are around you. And they're all prospective, nascent companies that are standing up actually manufacturing facilities to manufacture new form factor, new chemistry batteries that are going to drive down the cost of those kinds of numbers that Richard was talking about. And here you have Aquion up in the left-hand side. They're out of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon. You have EOS, they're in Edison, New Jersey, a zinc air battery. And at the bottom you have Ambry, which is up in Cambridge, Massachusetts. All these people have manufacturing facilities that they're putting in place as we speak. All different than lithium ion, all battery technology. And they're just 3 of 30 across the country that are starting to stand up new technologies, new battery technologies. Just read about another one in Japan the other day with carbon and anodes and cathodes. It's supposed to be much better than lithium ion. So it's coming, and it's going to then ultimately, have additional effects. And the effects they're going to have are these, where you're starting to pair batteries with solar. And so at that point, then you have a whole complete disruption in the standard utility model. The vertically integrated model of utility just completely goes away when you have this ability to put in solar with storage effectively, cost effectively, and technologically effectively. And it's coming. It's coming very rapidly. This is a company that's actually doing it out of Philadelphia. Solar Grid Storage, know these folks. They put up a number of systems in large commercial areas where they've got solar on parking structures and other locations, and then they put in this case, lithium-ion storage to pair with it. And here are people who are just putting in the storage alone without the solar. And they're doing it, a company called STEM out of Millbrae, California, and there's a number of other companies like this around the country, are putting in battery storage simply for the purpose of controlling demand costs. And so another thing that you really need to look at with respect to efficiency when you're starting to restructure the system is because you do have these persistent peaks and this utilization factor that was already talked about, the low utilization factor below 60%. Well, the way to increase that utilization factor is ultimately have effective storage available as one way. Another way is to use demand response and other modifications of load of consumers. But these things can be done because the costs are coming down, and they're coming down rapidly. These people reduce demand charges for customers in their facilities and get 3 to 4 year paybacks by doing that. They've got about 120 installations in large hotels and commercial facilities in California, and they're starting to expand throughout the country. There's another group that's doing it in New York City. I know you have an incentive in New York for batteries right now based upon, or for capacity in essence, and so there's people who are doing it in New York City that I'm aware of also that's very effective overall. And so, and you've got these guys that one of the sort of partners with Solar City, and they are actually putting in battery systems with residential. In fact, I was offered by Solar City, I got a couple of bids, I got people bidding against each other for the system in my house, and had Solar City offering me a 10 kilowatt hour Tesla battery system, a stationary battery system. I wish they would have given me a car with it as well, but it would have been nice. But it was a stationary battery system that I could have put in my house, and with all the incentives that were available in California, I could have put it in for $1,500. Extremely cost effective. Now, certainly it was being subsidized, there's no question about it, but that's the way you move these markets. And ultimately, it's the way we moved markets in this country by 30 states putting in renewable portfolio standards. We moved the renewable markets in this country by having that policy put in by states. So states and what states do can be extremely powerful. And so we also need to look at the assets that we have and how do we best use those assets. And I know that, in fact, in New York, you're looking at putting in more transmission. But I think Secretary Hoffman, in fact, indicated that there are other technologies out there that you should look at as well. There's technologies that, in fact, can be put on the transmission system that act as flow valves, that can do things like reduce the $600 million in congestion costs that New York consumers pay every year because of congestion on your transmission system. So these technologies are ones that are much lower cost and much less intrusive than putting in new transmission lines. They're not a complete substitute to those transmission lines, but they're partners and compatible partners that you need to look at. But you need to look at how to, in fact, ensure that markets can enable these kinds of technologies, and you don't, in fact, put in the more expensive technologies first. You try to put in the least expensive technologies based upon how you structure that market overall. So, and of course, we do have to look at the central station generation and how that's going to fit into the picture overall. Traditional nuclear, there's not going to be many of these left. This is actually a coal plant in Kentucky, left over from my Kentucky presentation that I did with Louisiana Power and Light. And of course, the wind power, and it's hard not to think about wind in Oklahoma at 3 cents a kilowatt hour, because they are signing contracts for actually less than 3 cents a kilowatt hour in Oklahoma. May be something worth looking at. You know, DC line from Oklahoma to New York. You know, it's not completely crazy. There are people who are thinking about DC lines, and actually new innovations to using DC lines, to having them be co-located on railroad rights-of-way in ways where you could really reduce the issues of NIMBYism and concerns about rights-of-way. Burying DC lines on railroad rights-of-way, ultimately you would eliminate the issue of opposition to transmission lines. So these things are all have to be part of how you look at integrating the market system in New York in an effective way. And so ultimately, what I would say is, if we have properly structured markets, those markets should promote innovation, and they should also promote choice. And distributed systems, I believe, that I showed you, will promote reliability and resilience. And if we optimize market efficiency and incorporate societal considerations into that market efficiency, we will, in fact, reduce total societal costs, and will reduce also what is key for consumers is risk, so they can have that system operating. And with that, I'm finished. Thank you all very much. I'll let you take that side out.
Good deal.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice presentation.
I'll just say next slide. Works for me. I'll just go right to the next slide, probably. Well, if our power system was as flexible as the AV folks here are here, I don't think we'd have many problems.
That's right.
Doing a great job. So, thanks for having me and having RAP. I won't spend a lot of time describing RAP. I think some of you know who we are. So we'll go on to the next slide. I guess for those of you who are fans of the movie Blazing Saddles, I'm sort of the Lily von Stoop here, here to provide a little bit of European diversion to the folks out in the provinces. Judge Stein talked about the most recent 6 years of my experience, but the previous 28 were spent in the power industry, so that's sort of the primary perspective I bring to these topics. In fact, I spent 3 years just up the road here in Schenectady working for GE in the early 80s, and spent another 2 years in the late 80s developing the 365 megawatt cogen plant at Selkirk just down the road. So that was my first power project development. So what's up in Europe? It's a big topic. I've picked out a few specific topics that may or may not be of interest in this context. I'm going to move from 2020 to 2030 up and speak to that briefly first, because it provides the sort of framework and context for the rest of the topics. I'm going to try to speak a little bit to what's happening in Germany, speak a little bit to what's happening in the UK on what's called RIO, which is a new price or revenue control framework in the UK for network companies. And then I'll just say a few words on some of the other topics, the European cap and trade system, wholesale market power design. I'll skip over renewable support mechanisms, at least for my comments. If people have questions about what's happening in Europe on renewable support mechanisms, I'm happy to speak to that in the questions session. So next slide, please. Okay, that's the German slide. Go back to the previous slide just for a second, please. So the 2020 to 2030, what does that mean? It basically refers to what is the current EU legislative and regulatory framework. And it's important to realize that there is no real federal regulator in Europe. I know John is going to be, would be surprised to hear this, but I think the closest thing to that in Europe is called ACER, and they would give their right arm to have the amount of authority John had as chairman of FERC. They have no authority, judicial or otherwise. The regulatory environment in Europe at the federal level happens basically in a sort of a dance that goes on between ACER, which is the Association of National Regulatory Authorities, ENSO, which are and ENSO, which are the associations of network operating companies, and the Commission, who ultimately it's the European Commission in Brussels who has the final judicial and enforcement authority among all of those. And the Commission, of course, handles all sorts of things from the regulated size of a pizza in Naples to what the distribution system regulatory environment in Wuppertal should be. And it's also important to remember that at the member state level, the regulatory capacity, shall we say, is extremely young by American standards. The existence of independent regulators in Europe really dates back only to the late 1980s in the UK. Many member states in Europe have only had independent regulators for less than 10 years. So the level of sophistication at the member state level in energy regulation and air regulation is, shall we say, rudimentary in many cases. So the 2020 regime, which was put forward by in a package of legislation, or three packages, the first, second, and third package, really provides for a number of things. It provides for market liberalization and unbundling, which in theory was already supposed to have happened, and I'll speak a little bit to that in a minute. It provides for market integration, or what's called the internal electricity market, internal energy market in Europe. That process was supposed to be completed by the end of this year. That's not going to happen. And it provides lots of other things, but most notably what is often referred to as the 20-20-20 by 2020 regulations, which is a 20% reduction in greenhouse gas reductions below 1990 levels across the economy. And that is a binding target with penalties attached, financial penalties attached at the member state level. And they are probably going to hit that target, perhaps exceed it, although many people would point out that a large reason for that is the financial crisis. The second 20 is 20% renewables. That's a final energy consumption target. It is also across the economy. It is a binding target with no financial penalties attached. So the only recourse the Commission would have would be through litigation. And because it's a 20% across the economy target, the broad consensus is that the implied target in the power sector is 35% renewables by 2020. And that target is likely to be hit EU-wide, although the compliance with it is likely to be somewhat varied, with member states like Germany and Sweden exceeding their targets, and member states like Hungary and the Czech Republic probably missing their targets. And then finally, a 20% efficiency target, which is a non-binding target, and the cynics will point out that that is probably the reason why Europe is almost certainly not going to hit its efficiency target, which, of course, for those of you who know RAP, brings us to tears, because RAP's unofficial theme is the answer is efficiency. What's the question? There is now a process underway to put in place a 2030 legislative and regulatory framework. The communication came out from the Commission at the end of last year, and that provides for going from a 20% to a 40% greenhouse gas reduction across the economy. And that would be, again, a binding target, the primary mechanism for delivering it being the cap and trade system. 27% renewables, up from 20% renewables by 2030. And that is non-binding at the member state level, but binding at the EU level. And if anybody here can explain to me exactly what that means, you would be welcomed in Brussels with open arms. So the big questions for the 2030 package that remain are governance and regulation, and the outcome so far of the 2030 policy framework is evidence that in the aftermath of the financial crisis, the loud screams from industry that the focus should be on the emissions trading system and that all these other mandates should be shoved aside has so far dominated the dialogue. Although there is discussion underway, supposedly at the Commission, about bringing forward some sort of efficiency target in additional to the non-binding, to the renewables target. So that sets the context. Next slide, please. So in Germany, you hear a lot of noise about what's happening in Germany. There was a reference to it at the opening of the session. And there's a lot of noise happening in Germany. But most of the problems you hear about today, including the loss of 2/3 of the equity value of the incumbent generators, is down to a very simple, and for those of us who've been around the industry for a long time, a very familiar problem, which is Germany and Europe in general is awash in surplus capacity. In Germany, again, as in most of Europe, that is the result of a combination of flat to declining demand due to the financial crisis and due to the success in many member states of efficiency initiatives, combined with the fact that there was quite a bit, actually, of fossil-fired generation that was initiated prior to the crisis and proceeded through the crisis and has been completed and is coming online. And then finally, of course, in Germany in particular, you've got the AEG, which was the law that instituted feed-in tariffs for Germany and has been spectacularly successful in driving investment in renewables. So you've got a massive addition, actually, of capacity into a market that has had literally zero increase in demand since about 2000. And you can see that in the upper left-hand chart. The dark blue this is Germany, is demand. The orange, yellow, and red are additions of capacity, net additions of capacity. Through 2008, the trend has continued more or less unabated. And the blue, the light blue, is the margin, installed capacity margin above the target reserve margin. Those of us who have been around a long time can remember 2002, and in fact, those of us who have been around a really long time can remember the mid to late 1980s, when utilities basically ate, or in the case of the mid-1980s, their customers ate a huge amount of overinvestment in the system. The nice thing about 2002 was that in most cases, it was the investors themselves who ate it, and the question remains in Germany and elsewhere in Europe, who is going to take the hit for what were basically a lot of very ill-advised investments, or in the case of renewables, a lot of investments that were driven by policy and not by market conditions. The takeaway that I want to leave with you is that in terms of the current problems happening in Europe, intermittency and zero marginal costs of renewables has virtually nothing to do with the current problems in Germany. It is all about surplus capacity. The immediate challenge in Germany is disinvestment, not investment. It will happen, it needs to happen, but it needs to be managed. And there will be the question overhanging, which is what happens to the incumbent generators, who are the owners of most of this surplus investment. And those are big questions. Their market issues will need to be addressed. I've come to become fond of saying that Europe has high ambitions for integration of renewables and a market design that is really poorly suited to do so, whereas the U.S. has a market design that actually, in many respects, is very well suited to integrating renewables and very limited ambition to do so. In Germany, market issues will need to be addressed. That's not to say that there aren't issues with the market design. They have no locational pricing, not even zones. And there's a lot of resistance to that. And most of the reliability problems you hear about in Germany, and there have been spots of reliability problems, have everything to do with locational shortages, locational scarcity. The bulk of the wind and nuclear capacity in Germany is in the north, and the bulk of the industrial consumption and demand is in the south. And they've had a terrible time building new transmission to resolve that situation, and because there's zero locational pricing, there is zero motivation to do it. The dialogue in Germany is beginning to recognize that part of the solution is going to be regional integration. They have to stop thinking about Germany as Germany and start thinking about Germany as part of a synchronized, integrated Central Western European grid and market. There's a very active debate going on in Germany about whether or not to institute capacity mechanisms or capacity markets. Europe, broadly speaking, is an energy-only market, although there are literally 26 debates going on about 26 different ways of possibly intervening in the energy market with capacity mechanisms. And then finally, Germany, perhaps more so than anyone, perhaps except Denmark, is faced with the question of how to start integrating renewables into the wholesale market to make the whole situation work a little better. Finally, Germany, and this is relevant to the next topic, Germany has 866 distributed network operators. 866 distributed. And 75% of those are still vertically integrated, despite the fact that we have this 2020 and 2030 legislative and regulatory framework. And the reason 75% of them are still vertically regulated is because the requirement to unbundle only applies to companies with more than 100,000 interconnections. And 760 of those 866 distributed network operators have less than 100,000 connections, and so therefore they remain largely vertically integrated. They're also mostly municipally owned. They're what are referred to as Stadtwerke, or city works, and therefore are used as a vehicle for all manner of municipal agendas. And as I said, the regulatory regime, generally speaking in Germany, and specifically with respect to distribution network operators, is very rudimentary, which is remarkable given the incredible profusion of distributed PV in Germany, and that's a topic that we can talk about. But the fact that Germany has seen so much installation of distributed PV is not a result of the fact that they've gotten the distribution network regulatory regime right, but rather quite the opposite. They've had policy driving that, and the day is coming when they're going to have to figure out how to do a better job of regulating distribution network operators to make that process continue to proceed smoothly. So, next slide, please. There's a new sheriff in town in the UK. It's called Rio, which stands for Revenues Set to Drive Investment, Innovation, and Outputs. And as my colleague in the UK, Phil Baker, is fond of saying, it's basically the old RPI minus X, but the X is gone. The RPI minus X was I suppose, maybe one of the first, if not the first, incentive-based regulation scheme, certainly the first in Europe, adopted back in the late 1980s. And for its first 20 years, it was very effective at doing what needed to be done, which was to sweat what was basically a very overbuilt network with very gold-plated cost structures. It was not really fit for purpose for driving new investment, and there was a bow wave of overdue investment in the distribution system in the UK, and a need for considerable new investment in the transmission system because of new social obligations, primarily the wind in the north and offshore wind, which are expected to reach 35 gigawatts on a 60 gigawatt system by 2020 in the UK. The desire was to evolve RPI-X into something that was better suited to incentivize cost-effective innovation and increase stakeholder participation. And the general feeling is that it has been and is going to be very successful at bringing customers and stakeholders much more actively into the process. Whether it's successful at incentivizing innovation and efficiency remains to be seen. The innovation is really focused on smart grids, although the concern that we have in the UK and elsewhere in Europe is that so far, unlike in the US, where, as John very capably described, in Europe, the focus on smart grids is still stuck basically where it was here in the 1990s, which is trying to reduce network costs, which of course only scratches the surface of the potential of smart networks. And Ofgem is very focused on reducing network costs and not very focused on anything else. So when you hear about driving innovation, just keep in mind that the scope of what they think of as innovation, at least at the regulator level and at the distribution network operator level, it tends to be fairly restricted. Okay. Okay. So it's an 8-year regulatory cycle with the option to approve specific investments that would require a longer return period. With all of the new innovation, the big drivers are still return on capital, allowed return on capital, and permitted investment. And the risk is that the proliferation of intervention windows under the new regime turns this back into a regulated rate of return price control regime. It's actually called a price control regime, but at the moment it's designed as a revenue control regime. And given the possibility of much more distributed resources, that the idea of a revenue control regime rather than a price control regime should be an important piece of this. But it's not guaranteed that it won't revert to basically a traditional rate of return regulation scheme. Distribution network operators do not play on the customer side of the meter. Very important to remember. The concern in that respect at the moment is that because all of the focus has been on the distribution system and not on the transmission system in terms of innovation and smart grids, that a lot of the benefits of smart networks are going to accrue at the distribution level and not be available by and large to the wholesale market and the transmission level. And I think that's a situation that has obtained by and large in California, and it could be an issue. Just very briefly on the carbon, next slide, carbon cap and trade. Sorry, move on, please. Next slide. So carbon cap and trade, the emissions trading system in Europe, just something to remember. It is, while the carbon targets, the greenhouse gas reduction targets in Europe are economy-wide, the ETS only applies to 3 sectors: the power sector, heavy industry, and air transportation. It has not so far been a binding constraint, and it is not likely to be a binding constraint anytime before 2030. So prices have bounced around near the floor. They've recently approved what's called backloading, where they took a bunch of permits out of the market and put them aside to be reinjected back into the market sometime in the back end of the 2020s, when presumably the ETS will have bitten and started to reduce the demand or reduce consumption of greenhouse gas emissions credits. But the dominant analysis is that backloading hasn't really done anything to change ultimately what is still seen to be a non-binding constraint. So you have member states like the UK imposing something called things like carbon price support mechanism, basically a tax that kicks in whenever the price of carbon at the European level falls below a certain threshold, and that was a wonderful thing, except that they came back in early this year and froze the carbon price support mechanism at where it would have gotten to by 2015. So the attempt to make the ETS a meaningful constraint on the energy system so far has been fairly ineffective. I won't talk about wholesale power market because I think I've ran out of time. Basically, it's Brussels insists that the legislative requirement is that it's an energy-only market integrated across the EU. The view of the member states is, maybe. It's very different in many respects, many important respects from the organized wholesale markets in the U.S. It's decentralized self-dispatch rather than central dispatch. Market operations are split. The TSOs, which are for-profit companies and are national, they almost with one exception, they do not cross national borders. The TSOs operate the balancing market, but private exchanges operate the day-ahead and intraday market energy markets. They have made great progress on day-ahead market coupling, almost no progress so far on intraday and balancing market integration, which are required under the target model. There are member state by member state debates about introducing capacity mechanisms, And for a lot of reasons, these reasons and others, there's a lot of talk in Brussels about demand response, very little action at the member state levels. A lot of generator market power, very ineffective national regulatory authorities, and still a lot of vertical integration at the distribution network level. So I'll leave it at that.
We have about 15 minutes for questions, and I'm going to take the ones that have come in here. But I think I'll start with, I think we've gotten a lot of, a many-sided picture, many-faceted picture of what steps are ahead. And Secretary Hoffman, you urged us to evolve, but also to evolve carefully. We've looked at some of the European models and seen some of possibly the pitfalls of the direction we're looking into. I guess my question to you is kind of, what would you say, just each of you briefly, what do you think is the first step?
So I think the first step from my perspective is to make sure that we have, I'll say the information that's required to make proactive decisions, whether you're talking the need for an incentive structure, markets, or changes in the engineering of the system first. So why we went after the data part was the data provided us more insight on demand profiles, fine-tuning where some problems were occurring on the system. So I think we actually need to make sure that we have the data so we can truly assess where some of the market opportunities are or where we may be impinging or creating difficulties from either a market or an operations point of view. Some of the debates going on, do we need more capacity here? I mean, there's availability of renewable energy. It's what does the system require, what does the demand require, and how do we match all that stuff up? So I think having the data and having that visibility from the transmission system down to the distribution system is probably a prerequisite.
Thank you.
Well, I think the first thing that needs to be done is to ensure that you've got the right focus, and I think this commission and the state does, and the focus has got to be the consumer. I mean, you've got to look at, what are the consumer's needs, and how are those needs changing? Some of the trends that I showed in some of the slides, and recognize those, and not try to impose an old system on a new and evolving consumer base. And I think that really is the key, is to understand what the consumers want out of energy services and how those services can be best and most effectively delivered to them, and then try to structure your system to achieve that.
Thank you. Mike, you want to try?
I mean, data, of course, is always the first step, so there's that. I would say I'm going to cheat and say two first steps, one on the wholesale side and one on the retail side. On the wholesale side, well, first step is to make sure the mic works. But on the wholesale side, there is no substitute for making energy markets work better and improving the ability of energy markets to deliver dynamic scarcity pricing. This one works. So improve the way the energy markets work, make sure that the energy markets do a better job of sending short-term and long-term scarcity pricing. And if you want to get innovation in the distribution and retail end of things, there's no better way than that to make it happen. And that, of course, presumes that the regulators are satisfied that there's effective competition in the wholesale market. I will not venture an opinion on that in the case of New York, but obviously if there's effective competition, then there's absolutely no reason not to open the cocks on letting the energy market start to do what it was always supposed to do. On the retail side, the first step, in my view, is to make sure that the lines of play and the lines of oversight are extremely clear between the regulated distribution system operators and everyone else that is looking to play on the customer side of the meter. The third-party aggregators absolutely have to have an unfettered opportunity to compete fairly. And they have to have a fair opportunity to sell their product in the market. Products at the ancillary services level, at the wholesale energy level, at the capacity level, and customer to customer. So those would be my votes for the two first steps.
Okay, we have our work cut out for us. You've all talked about efficiency in different contexts, but I think one question is, what exactly does system-wide efficiency mean from the perspective of the REV agenda? We've looked at solar installations and efficiency installations in homes and other models. We looked at the European model a little bit, but there's a conflict between what's efficient for a given homeowner and what's efficient for the system. How do we integrate that into the growth of our markets here in New York?
Judge,
Sure.
I'd be happy to take that. And I think solar is a good example. I think we have to look at the wholesale and the retail distribution systems as a whole system, in the sense that when you put in a distributed solar system, what are the costs? Number one, I think it's necessary to ensure that those costs are adequately accounted for, but equally important, what are the benefits, and what are the benefits of efficiency to the system that's provided across the entire system? Not only the reduction in capacity needs and energy needs for the wholesale system, but the effects on the distribution system as far as relieving congestion on that distribution system, reducing the amount of impacts on additions to that system potentially, and other effects that ultimately are costs that need to be revealed through some market structure that can in fact be harvested by the consumer who is ultimately putting in those types of new systems. So those things need to be put into an integrated whole, and that's how you're really going to drive efficiencies into the system, by ensuring that the wholesale systems and the retail systems are integrated in an effective way.
You want to take that?
I was going to say, I'll just add to it. I mean, I guess I break it up into multiple components. You got system efficiency, you got market efficiency, and you got energy efficiency. And when you look at that, you're going to have to balance how you're utilizing the system with the placement of your generation assets for reducing losses on the system. How do you really want to optimize? So it's optimizing those parameters, but recognize I agree, there's multi-use of the word efficiency, and we got to figure out to make sure that what we're addressing, but there's different dimensions in this and how we can capitalize on it.
Thank you. Want to take a pass or take a shot?
The challenge of in an environment where there's a lot of investment required, and we talked about that in the UK, the challenge of driving efficiency and innovation in investment just in a wires business is daunting enough. Again, I think getting a very clear sort of boundary drawn around where the DSOs can and can't play, and making sure that they are as efficient as possible with the significant amount of investment coming down the pike should be a clearly delineated and effective undertaking.
Thank you. Here's a question for Secretary Hoffman. The question is, what is the Department of Energy doing about communication standards so that homeowners are not stuck with proprietary systems that can't talk to each other?
So with respect to standards, what DOE is doing is partnering with NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and they have been working with the utility industries as well as the suppliers and developers on standards around communications. It's hard nut to crack, because you want to make sure that you have interoperable communications among devices. You need a central communication box that accepts all forms of communications. And so it's a difficult issue. NIST has developed a smart grid framework. They did the PAP 10 standards, which looked at the data, which I think actually unlocked the smart meter data for a variety of technologies to be able to take that in the same format. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Standards is a difficult process and a long process, but it's something that I think the industry and the NIST has to continue to plug and chug at.
Thank you. And here's a question for Mr. Wellinghoff. This is a FERC question, so you get to kibitz from the sidelines, which is a luxury of its own. So the question is, what is the single most constructive action FERC might take to further New York's changed energy vision?
Whoa, that's a big one.
It's a ringer. Or just pick one. It doesn't have to be the most important.
Well, I think the most effective thing that FERC could do is to sit down with the chair of the commission and ask how they can help. I mean, I think that would be, you know.
I think that offer's been accepted.
Sit down with the ISO, the chair of the commission, and Mr. Kaufman, and see how they can ultimately, you know, help and help with this restructuring, and just indicate that they're committed to do whatever they can to coordinate with New York and do that. And I would encourage you to reach out and do it on your side, but I think FERC should definitely do it on their side. That would be the one thing I would recommend.
Great. Next question is, no one has mentioned natural gas as part of this future picture. So the question is, do any of you see a role for it? And the corollary is, given a choice of investing in natural gas infrastructure or greener innovations, where would you recommend that money be spent?
Well, I think that's locationally dependent, and natural gas plays a key role it goes back to utilizing resources and assets that are available. Boy, there's an echo. From a regional basis. So we're going to have to tap the resources, but we need to make sure that we have the diversity that we require in the United States for maintaining system reliability and flexibility. So it's always an optimization discussion, but from an energy transport medium, you got your gas infrastructure and your electric infrastructure. You want to have redundancy in that system, so you either can have redundancy with multiple transmission lines, electric lines, or you have redundancy with your interface with your gas system. But you need that fuel redundancy. I mean, you look at what happened with the polar vortex, you know, dual fuel capability was critical in the operation of the system. So whatever we do, we have to have a level of redundancy. And so the question is, how much do you want to have, and what risks do you want to mitigate?
Thank you.
Well, and we actually do have some level of redundancy to the extent that we have gas distribution systems to provide gas to residential and commercial structures in good parts of New York. And I do think that we're going to see more distributed gas systems. I know that after Hurricane Sandy, many people started thinking about putting in, you know, gas backup systems, and we're seeing technologies there evolve very quickly as well at the distribution level, with both fuel cells and even reciprocating engines and other devices at a distributed level that would be appropriate for either commercial or residential use. And I think we're going to see an extension of that, just like we've seen, you know, we see so many distributed systems in Europe that we really don't see here. I think it's going to start to evolve here, given the fact that we do have a very low-cost natural gas resource available, and is generally available to many homes and businesses.
As a former gas generator, I'll probably be called a traitor to my class, but you know, I think the issues with gas in as a reliable resource in ISO New England and New York ISO and PJM. You know, I think everybody loves to talk about how renewables tend to get a free pass in the market. I think gas has gotten a free pass in the capacity markets. The time has come, probably long past actually, to make firm mean firm. You know, whether it's dual fuel, or it's having firm transportation capacity on the pipelines, or having access to storage, or having access to LNG. Firm has to mean firm. And if you want fuel diversity, the best way to do it is to make sure that if a gas-fired generator wants to get paid for capacity, they need to have firm fuel supply arrangements. I know that some people will say, well, that'll drive up the cost of capacity. Well, if you want to drive investment, I don't know if there's any much alternative to driving up the cost of capacity, at least from where it is. So that's my contribution on gas.
Thank you. I'm just going to give you one more compound question, which is also directed partly specifically to Chairman Kaufman, but it's for anyone. So this, I'm going to combine two, and then we'll have the coffee break. So one question was, what parts of the system most likely must remain or become a regulated utility domain in this future? And similarly, the other question was, I wish there were no losers, but what are the implications of utility companies losing a significant proportion of their equity value? Is this an inevitable part of this direction, and what are the alternatives? So I think those two are related. If anyone wants to take a poke at either parts, or Chairman Kaufman, if you'd like to take a look. Tough question.
I'll try it first.
Please.
I think when you unbundle the system, I think the one part that probably will have to be a monopoly, whether it be an investor-owned or whether it be a municipal or a co-op, would be the distribution system, the wires. But I see it as a platform, and I think you've recognized that as a platform here. And I think the entity who owns that platform has certainly responsibility for its reliability of that platform and the ability to ensure that all competitive providers on both sides of the platform, on the consumer side and on the wholesale side, have the ability to utilize the platform efficiently and effectively, and that's I think the primary role of that entity that probably will remain regulated, I would say. That as far as the issue with the second part of the question on the probability of assets that could be lost or stranded in essence, I think there are those potentialities, just like the discussion about Germany indicated, and discussion of assets in this country that were stranded in the 80s and early 2000s. And I think those are the inevitable risks of an entity that is more larger vertically integrated, and that takes those risks to in essence build that, invest that in that kind of infrastructure. Ultimately, there may be some losses there. But I think there's also an opportunity for shifts to the extent that we have more competitive structures in markets, both at the wholesale and down at the retail level, for those entities who may incur some of those losses to recoup those losses, to participate in those markets in ways that can be very profitable.
Let me ask Mike, and then I could give you the last word.
Certainly this is an area where things like the UK's experiment with Rio can be instructive. Clearly agree with John that the deal that you strike with distribution system operators is that there's only so many businesses they can participate in, but the ones they do participate in, they're protected monopolies, and they have to be allowed to survive and prosper to some extent. But of course, that doesn't mean they shouldn't be exposed to any risk. And the Rio regime has taken the X in RPI minus X and blown it up into a multifaceted whole set of levers that regulators have to increase or decrease the profitability and attractiveness as an investment of distribution system operators, including customer satisfaction, including reliability, including level of innovation, including efficiency in the deployment of their capital program. These are all now specific levers that regulators have, and the distribution system operators can win or lose, but they are going to remain, and they need to remain, protected, regulated entities.
Go ahead. Oh, she will have the last word. Yes, please. You want to use the mic, maybe, or? I know.
I think the point is I think as we've said, is that the world is changing, and so it's not like the alternative is just to keep doing what we're doing. And so some of the trends are going to take place no matter what we do. So the cost of technology and technology change is going to happen. And if we stay on the current course, the costs of the things we're doing conventionally are going to continue to go up, while the cost of the alternatives are going to go down. So I think that I guess the way I would reframe the question is that it's just a question of how much opportunity cost is lost in terms of economic development, how much consumer value is lost in terms of customers spending more and more money on energy, and how much value destruction takes place in the utility sector or stranded assets, and some of those costs, or a lot of those costs, are going to wind up being borne by ratepayers as well. So I think that the way that I would put Rev again back into context is this is why it will be very good if we can try to think about things to get ahead of some of the some of these trends, so that we can take advantage of the opportunities as opposed to have our fate handed to us.
Thank you.
So with the last word, I guess I'm going to just summarize one point is I think there has to be an entity or a set of entities that has a system view that really can take a look at and be responsible for the reliability of the system, help define critical infrastructure, and does that need another level of reliability with respect to emergency response. Somebody has to have the ability to look at how do we really optimize the system and look at cost effectiveness of placement of generation. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about the development of renewables in one area of the country where the demand's in another part of the country. Are we going to have the system view where we can look at the transmission requirements? Once again, from a safety point of view, having visibility on the system, whether you're talking feedback, power flow with respect to distributed back onto the system, who has the visibility of that to ensure safety of those systems as well as people and anybody who's operating on the system. And then I guess the final point is with the system view, we need somebody that can measure and verify. We talk about, whether we're going after energy efficiency or other technologies, but we need a performance and ability to have somebody be able to measure and verify that goals and objectives are being met.
Thank you. Audrey, you want to add a word?
First of all, I want to appreciate all the panelists for speaking on this, and these are critical issues. I think that for me, the lessons learned from Germany are that if you start with mandates without thinking about the consequences of the mandates, then you end up with inefficiencies. And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid here. Moving forward with the distribution utility, part of the outcome of REV will be to define what we would consider basic utility service, but taking into account what does this really mean in the future when you are integrating distributed resources and you're looking for ways to achieve outcomes that are preferable to what you would do if you simply ignored the opportunity and went on a business as usual, and how do we actually incent that? I think with that, there's an opportunity to think about what continues to be regulated, and are there things that a distribution utility, not in a vertically integrated sense, could provide as additional services in these new markets that form and that's unregulated. And I would hearken back to the telephone industry of when we went and we never had call waiting when it was a regulated monopoly. Then we had a whole host of services that were adjacent to the regulated monopoly but actually provided additional value. And that's something that we're looking for REV to develop. But in the end, I don't think it's a necessary fate to say that we're going to have stranded assets and a reduction of equity in distribution utilities. In fact, it's really the alternative. Is really by being thoughtful about this process, we're looking for opportunities to grow those companies as well as other companies to accommodate the future and think about it in a new way, but not come back and say, well, we didn't think about that consequence. Part of this process is to understand all the consequences and then make those steps forward. So thank you. I think this has been really illustrative, very helpful, and I look forward to the rest of the panels.
There is coffee available. Yvonne, where is it?
Right here.
Directly behind the room.
Okay. Great. So if you go out the room and behind, there's coffee. We'll reconvene at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you. It was great to meet you. Yeah, we should stay in touch.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, it was great. You're from Nevada? Yes. My son is working on a book about Nevada. He's a historian.
A book about Nevada?
Yeah, and it's about... Dad, how are you?
stay with us a little bit, or I gotta go. You gotta get back to the firm.
Yeah, everybody does. Hey.
It's all perfectly cool with the firm. Yes. I thought the offer of a free car from Elon and this, that, and the other revealed a certain professional relationship. Diving a little more into the solar story because I'm besides that relationship.
Yes, no, I haven't.
There's only one developer. Became confused about the fact that big mistakes have been made. But, for example, in our RPS fund, that property was placed to the bottom. We haven't. The fact that justifies the when the ITC goes from 30 to 10 to 0, then if we built in a quality standard, Hopkins was talking about this, nowhere in my service operations, and I've been here from the get-go, have we created I wanted to carry forward that discussion. Maybe via email.
That would be good. We could do that. I've gotten rid of all my cards. Send you an email back.
Very kind. But I'm saying that we spend 15 to 20% more on CapEx, deliver something at the end of the day. The public sector, I have a world of municipal deliver merchantable systems. Hey, built the bonus years. And, I would talk to Lyndon about that, talk to Elon about that. Listen, you got to run, and this gentleman's waiting for you. Drop me a line, or drop me a line. Good, thanks. Conversation.
Gonna make her have everybody that talks to step up here, so I can be done with finding where they are. Here a little bit.
Have fun in these bags. Thank you. Best friend from Georgetown.
Two large restrooms.
Okay.
Multiplayer restrooms on
Okay.
this side, and then on the end of each hallway, fifth, fourth, third, single bathroom.
Okay.
Most people have sort of figured
Looks like
it
they've all
out. but-
disappeared.
Yeah. No,
assume
when
did
they
it.
come back in.
Yes, great. And I'll tell them, after the next break, I'll tell them about the map.
Yeah, it looks like some people already have them, as the people came in a little later. Got them.
Smart
got
money
them.
said, I'm good. All worked out great.
Heard is Comcast working?
Actually, I would have heard if it wasn't.
Yeah, right.
You guys have somebody come out in the audience. You just want to step up to the mic over there for me. I moved the mic over there. Anytime anybody in the audience. Again, since we can't get here on the webcast. We're good. Yeah, we're dealing with somebody else.
And so tell me your name again? Katrina Lyman. Katrina, okay, great. Okay, yeah, funny.
Is there stuff you want me to take?
Yeah, yes, there is. Mainly.
Hi, Bob Craig. So this is a preface to them. I think.
Can I sit with you?
Oh, not till morning.
Yes, we will.
Next in the week.
Think without telling.
Yeah, my neck of the woods.
There are too many. I'm not having a problem.
So what's interesting in development is that yes, he's got some money.
Yeah, please do.
Got weak legs, Mark. You'd have to curl. Well, everyone's looking down, so it's probably...
Let's reconvene, everybody. I'd like to invite everybody to come back and take your seats. We have more fabulous speakers this afternoon. And we will have a lunch break at 1 o'clock, 1 to 2. And there are maps downstairs by the front door of the law school showing all the local places you can walk to eat. And also, I should have told you earlier, but there are multiple bathrooms in this direction, and down on the third floor there's a large women's bathroom. So if people have been queuing up, there are alternatives. Thank you.
All right, so we will go ahead and get started as people are filtering back in. I'm Lena Hansen. I'm a principal with the Rocky Mountain Institute's electricity practice. Very glad to be here today and excited about this panel. This morning we heard a lot about the big picture, the national context, the international context that really can help inform this REV proceeding. And this panel now, we're going to dive into the details around a couple things. A lot of this is framed by what John Wellinghoff said this morning and some others about the ways in which technology is changing so quickly and really rapidly transforming both what's possible in the electricity system and the customer experience overall. The way we look at this is that the IT and communications changes over the last couple decades really have enabled the information and communications that make people want to do something and able to do something, and then huge advances in distributed energy resources, including renewables, demand response, storage that we've heard about, are now really creating the physical infrastructure that can allow customers and others to act on that information. And so these two trends together, the very, very rapid cost declines that we heard about, the huge energy efficiency potential that in states like Hawaii is meaning that load growth has actually been declining consistently for the last 7 or 8 years. These sorts of trends now really create an environment where customers have a very different role or can have a very different role in the electricity system. And then the grid can really put the systems in place to capture the value that those distributed resources and customers can provide into a much more sort of integrated, efficient system. So that's what we're going to hear about today with this panel, starting with how customer trends and customer preferences are changing, then beginning to think about how we really see proof of concept around how customers are responding to new pricing signals and new ways of interacting with the grid. And then we want to think about what that actually means for the grid in terms of how all of these distributed energy resources and customer-sided resources impact the grid and how we begin to think about creating a level playing field. And finally, turning to how new technology is really being used to the point that was made this morning in a transactive way to really capture that value. So our speakers are going to walk through all of those points. We're going to have plenty of time at the end for questions. So just like on the first panel, you should have note cards. People will be passing around note cards. Please write down your questions as they come up, and we will get through as many of them as we can. So I want to just introduce our speakers kind of all at once first, and then I'll turn it over to them. Our first speaker is Patty Durand over here on the end, who's the executive director of the Smart Grid Consumer Collaborative. She used to work for Georgia Tech, focusing on smart grid research projects, was the executive director of the Sierra Club in Georgia, is on the board of the Smart Grid Society for the Technology Association of Georgia, and really is going to help us understand some research into what customer preferences really are in a way that can help inform customer engagement here in New York. Next, we're going to hear from Peter Kappers, who is a research scientist and assistant group leader at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And Peter's focus really is on demand response and energy efficiency. Right now, he is leading DOE's technical assistance and evaluation efforts of smart grid investment grant recipients. And he is performing research into the role of demand response at the mass market customer level and how that can help mitigate integration issues associated with the large-scale integration of variable renewables. Mark McGranagan from the Electric Power Research Institute is the Director of Research in Distribution and Smart Grid areas at EPRI. Mark leads the team responsible for all of the work that EPRI is doing in involving technologies, systems, and practices for power delivery systems from the generator to the plug and for the devices and technologies that use electricity. And finally, down at the end, Rob Pratt, who's a senior staff scientist at Pacific Northwest National Lab. Rob is one of the early thought leaders behind Smart Grid and really focuses on the information-rich future for the power grid. Rob manages PNNL's GridWise program in the US and leads a team studying communications architecture, advanced control technology, and simulation of engineering and economic aspects of the future grid. So in particular, he's going to talk to us about some work being done around transactive grid in the Pacific Northwest. So those are our speakers. I think there's going to be a lot of fodder for good questions from you. So again, think about what those are, put them on your cards. I'm going to turn it over to Patty, and we'll get going.
Thank you, Lena. So my name is Patty Duran. I'm the Executive Director of the Smart Grid Consumer Collaborative. And let's see, okay, let's stay on the first slide. So just briefly, we're a 501c3 nonprofit focused on consumers and the smart grid. We've been in existence about 4 years, and since that time, since our founding, we have studied consumers extensively, and we have a broad base of foundational customer research. We do polling, we do focus groups, we do surveys. We have studied consumers and created what we call our segmentation framework, which is a broad segmentation framework for how consumers feel about energy, what their values are, what their attitudes are. So today, what I'll be sharing with you is that framework to answer the question, who's out there? What do consumers think? Who are they? How can we group them together? How can we message them? What programs might they be interested in signing up for? And what messages would appeal to them, and what messages might irritate them or disengage them. So I'll present that to you right now. And the other item I want to chat with you about just briefly is what we call mega trends in consumer engagement. You heard a lot this morning about why these changes are happening, and I'll just take a slight step down, one step down, in why these changes are happening as it relates to consumers. So first off, why change is coming, the mega trends. So one major thing that's changed really just in the last 5 to 10 years, not that long, is always on instant access to information. We now have our smartphones. How many of you in the audience have smartphones? Okay, everybody? Wow. So we all have smartphones. We're accessing them all the time, reading emails. Don't read email while I'm talking, please. But it's always a challenge. We get texts. When we're not emailing, we can still communicate because we can text, and so forth. And consumers have new expectations now as a result of that. They want to know, why can't they find out things? Why can't they know what their energy bill is before they get it weeks after they've spent the money that the energy they've consumed will spend? And they want to know, why can't they access their data? Another major mega trend is affordable telecom that consumers across the socioeconomic spectrum has set new expectations. We just completed a study 2 weeks ago on low-income consumers. I don't have time to present that to you today, unfortunately, but we do have that material. So if you're interested in it, talk to me, give me your card, and we'll talk about that. In that study, we asked low-income consumers, do they have access to the internet? How do they get information? What do they want to hear from their utility? If they could go online and see their energy data, would they? We asked them a whole series of questions. We asked them 20 minutes worth of questions. One interesting finding that I just want to share with you about this second bullet is that we found a digital divide exists more along the lines of age and less along the lines of socioeconomic status. There is a digital divide, but it's not that big for socioeconomic status. It's actually bigger for age. Younger people, regardless of income, almost all have smartphones or have a large percentage of them, not as much as maybe in this room, but certainly it's not a giant digital divide compared to the elderly who are not using internet technology. So when we think about creating low-income programs and we think about gaining access to energy data for low income, that's an important thing to know. Another item, we've talked a lot about that this morning, changes in the utility business model. The fact is solar energy is very cheap now. It competes, it's at parity with fossil, so we're seeing a lot of that get put on, especially as Hurricane Sandy came and more storms come across the country. People don't like having their power out for weeks and weeks. They don't like paying high costs. There's a whole host of reasons. We heard from Mr. Wellinghoff. I hesitate because I'm used to calling him Commissioner. I guess ex-Commissioner Wellinghoff, Assistant Deputy Hoffman, and Mr. Kaufman, so forth. We all know in this room what those the changing business model is. And the last one is this big transition. It's not exactly in the same status of the other three bullets. It's more of how do these three bullets feed into this last concept, and that is the utility customer moves from ratepayer or load, as they're often referred to a valued customer, where they're offered products and services and where utilities and the vendors that support utilities know who their customers are and care about what their customers want, and then create programs and services to meet them at the place where they're at for what they want. So this is the segmentation framework that I'm going to share with you today. I'm going to drill down into each one briefly so that you have an idea of who's out there in terms of their attitudes and values. So let's get started with the first one is what we call Easy Street. They make up about 20% of the U.S. population. They tend to have high levels of education and income, and they've told us we can afford electricity. We're not going to engage with energy on a day-to-day basis. We have the money, the bill isn't that much to us, and it's not important. They might not want to waste, so if you can find ways to help them avoid energy waste or be more efficient, you can get this crowd. But otherwise, they're not your demand response, time of use, critical peak rebate group. Next one is do it yourself and save, 16% of the population. This group tends to be middle income, average education, and they will engage around those programs because their number one item that they want is to save money and be in control. So messages around appealing to their level of interest in controlling their energy expenditures, understanding their bills, demand response, time of use, critical peak rebate, those programs are of high interest to this group. Next are concerned greens, 30% of the population, and I want to caution you, we're not saying that 30% of the U.S. population is an environmentalist. That's not the case. We know that's not the case. The only reason that the number is 30% is because the people in this group answered survey questions differently from the other groups. So for instance, we asked, have you ever purchased a green cleaning product for your home? Have you ever contacted an elected representative about an environmental issue? Do you donate to environmental nonprofits? Things like that, where the other answers were all no. So they did not get put in this group. But if they said yes to two or more of those questions, this is that group. High income, high education, they will enroll in anything that has to do with clean energy or energy efficiency, most likely. Young America, 23% of the population. This group has the lowest level of income, and let me just say that's because they're young and starting out. They have not yet achieved their education nor achieved their career start. So this group is telling us while they're interested in energy and they care about these things, they don't know enough. So this group is not going to be easy to engage or appeal to unless they're also given a lot of content and a lot of education. And the last group, traditionals. This group gets a disproportionate amount of attention from this industry. This is the group that thinks there's no problem what's the rush? Everything was fine all my life, and it's going to continue to be fine, and I don't really trust the utilities or the commissions making these changes. So what I want to recommend is that we pay attention to this group, but Marketing 101 is understand who your customers are, segment them into broad categories, and then approach your best segments with products and services. This is not the market segment that you want to approach. In fact, you want to be careful not to irritate them, because these are the ones that might organize against your ideas. So what do they know? That's generally who they are. We have a lot more data than that, but I have a limited amount of time, so just at a high level, that's who's out there. They fall into different values and attitudes. Some people might cross one or more segment. I can identify, let me go back one slide. I can identify in my friends and family someone in every single segment. My parents are traditionals. My best friend is a techie geek. I'm an environmentalist, and my husband wants to know more and isn't going to engage on anything if he doesn't know exactly. He's an engineer, and he wants to know how the technology works, and then he can get engaged because it's cool. So generally, that's who's out there. I recommend that that if you're a utility or you support a utility or you're a consultant, that every utility studies and surveys their own consumer segments. Every utility is going to have these 5, but it'll be in a different percentage depending on where you are in the country. And of course, everyone needs to know their percentage in their own territory. But what do they know? We asked these people a lot of questions about terms like the smart grid, smart meter, grid modernization, energy, generally electricity, and they don't know much. That won't be a surprise to anyone in this room. I'll draw your attention to the bottom bar, the longest bar at the bottom of the slide that says, I have not heard of that term. That number is in the 50 percentile for both terms, either smart grid or smart meter. I'll draw your attention to the next bar up, the next largest bar. I have heard of that term, but I have no idea what it means. So if you add the 52% and the 25% together, you're now in the 75 percentiles of U.S. residential consumers who have never heard of either term or have no idea what it means. So in terms of customer engagement, that's a big lift for our industry. And again, I go back to the segments. Find out who you're appealing to, what do they want, what their values are, and then create programs and messages to appeal to their values. And we have a lot of those ideas. We have those messages in our research database, so contact me if you want any more data around that. We also asked them, we defined what smart grid is so that we're operating off a level playing field, and then we said, there's a whole host of benefits that a smart grid brings. It can reduce your bill if you move usage off of certain times of day, or just generally because you're aware of it. It can increase reliability. It can scale up renewables. We gave them 8 different positive benefits. And just to be clear, we weren't biasing the survey. We also gave them concerns that are out there. This is just for the utility. You get no benefit of it. It's a privacy issue, things like that. And we asked them, which of those messages erode your support? And which of these benefits increase your support? And what we found was that generally, making it easier to connect renewables to the grid was the #1 reason people like the concept of the smart grid. And you can see across these segments, the next strongest one is reliability. It prevents outages and reduces the length of others. And at first we were really surprised that making it easier to connect renewables would be higher than saving money on my bill, which is often the concept that people think. But then we realized over 30 states have renewable portfolio standards or some other sort of program like that, and those came from people demanding cleaner portfolio on the grid. They didn't come because governors just got up one day and said, hey, I want my state to be clean energy. They came from grassroots pressure and local pressure from citizens. When the federal government didn't pass an energy policy act, then there was a move from across the country by the states to get RPS. So then it made a little more sense in that context. But generally, the takeaway from this slide is that there are a variety of benefits, and people care about those variety of benefits. And again, find out who your customers are and appeal to them for those benefits that they care about, just like any other industry. This is new to the utility industry. It's not new to industry in general. We also asked customers, would you participate in a time of use program? Are you interested in different pricing schemes if you can save money? And the general myth, I think, that's out there is that customers don't care about energy and they only care about flat rate pricing, and that myth is not true. Our research shows it's not true. We have a 95% confidence interval in this research. For those of you that know statistics, that's a really hard number to get. Nor have I seen any research anywhere that says that's true. Generally, consumers aren't engaged around energy because they've never had a way to be engaged around energy. We're just now at the place where big data, high-speed telecommunications, ubiquitous wireless connectivity is here that enables this industry to even go there now. So yeah, we found, and this is in line with what you would expect, easy streets, no interest in time of use, they're too busy, do it yourself and save, half of them are, concerned greens, almost everyone is, and so forth. Traditional is very low. And then we asked them about critical peak pricing. The interest rises because there's less risk than this is. You get a rebate if you've shifted your usage during expensive times of the day, otherwise you're not hurt. So of course the numbers would rise. And then the last one, we studied a lot more than this. I just pulled these out to show you today a few of what we know about consumers, a few of the programs that we know consumers want. Energy monitoring services. About half of the U.S. population is interested, and you can see the numbers here vary a great deal according to the segment that the consumer falls in. And I just want to say these are dream numbers. If any other industry had numbers like this of consumer interest in a program or a service, there would be a rush to provide that program or service. And so let me just leave this slide by saying that there is strong consumer interest in energy. So this kind of reminds me a little bit of a friend of mine who's an activist in the transportation nonprofit field. And he hates it when someone says, oh, Americans love their cars, you can't get Americans out of their cars. And he hates it because he says America's never had great public transportation, so of course Americans love their cars. It's what we've come up with to get ourselves around, and we've made them nice. And it's the same thing with energy. If you can say, well, consumers don't care about energy, they don't care about this, there's never been a way for consumers to engage around energy. Utilities have never had to do it and have never wanted to do it, never needed to do it, and we're just now shifting to the point where it's possible. And so what I want to leave you with is consumers do care, and they will enroll. And if I had more time, I'd show you some, and I think actually some of the other panelists will show you some of the utilities who are showing leadership on customer engagement. And where they've gotten it right, they've got high numbers of enrollment. They've gotten exactly what they want. And then we also studied the change in consumer attitude and interest around the benefits of a smarter grid post knowing more, and that number rises. So that's good to know that as consumers get engaged, they like what they're hearing. And this is a J.D. Power and Associates slide that I got permission to show you. I think we all know it makes sense intuitively anyway that consumer engagement raises consumer satisfaction with the utility and with energy. So that's not news, but it's a really interesting graph to see. And so I think with that, I'll leave it. We've got a lot more data. Give me your card if you want more information on our research, and thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on a lot of things that Patty just mentioned, and as she mentioned at the end there, provide some very tangible examples of the types of research that she's been doing and illustrating how some of these utilities out there in the country are actually doing the types of things that she's talking about. But first, I guess I want to just, as an aside, thank folks for putting this on and inviting me to come here. I find it a little ironic that although I work for a national laboratory clear on the other side of the country, I actually do my research from here in upstate New York. So I'm very interested, engaged, and really, want this to succeed. The other thing that I find also interesting is I actually sat right there during my wife's tenure here at law school in a moot court competition. So it is equally strange to sort of be sitting up here speaking. So with that, I'm going to provide some insights from the research that myself and others at LB&L have done, as funded by Assistant Secretary Pat Hoffman and others at the Department of Energy, and providing some insights on different perspectives about customers' interests and ability to provide various types of power system services, because that really is one of the linchpins for the REV activity. And so, for this to be successful, it really is going to require the state's distribution utilities as well as third parties to engage customers. Now, in the state here in New York, large, commercial, medium-sized commercial and industrial customers, they're already pretty engaged, right? They're participating in ISO demand response programs. They're facing mandatory hourly pricing. But that's not really the case for residential customers, as to sort of echo what Patty said, right? They don't largely participate in DR programs, and they're really facing time invariant rates. And so if we want those customers, if we're thinking of this holistically here in New York, and we want all customers to get involved, then it's that group's attention we're going to have to get. But research on the part of Nevada Energy through the Smart Grid Investment Grant illustrated that you only got about 6 minutes a month. That's how much residential customers will give a utility. And so you have to use that time very effectively and very efficiently. And so a bunch of the utilities who undertook consumer behavior studies, again, through their Smart Grid Investment Grant, found ways to do that. And these echo a lot of the things that you just heard Patty say. First, you need to understand what they know and what they want out of the electric system. Next, you need to take that information and develop education curriculum so that you can fill those knowledge gaps, so that they have a basis or a framework upon which to make some informed decisions about products and services that you want to offer to them. Next, you need to go out and do your market research. You need to understand what kind of messages are going to work. What's the sales pitch? As Patty said, marketing 101, know thy customer and know what they want. But you also have to set appropriate expectations, because it's not just enough to get them to show up to the dance. You want them to stay. You don't want high rates of attrition, or else this REV vision that's out there is not going to come to fruition. And so on the next slide, we're really, again, if the state is interested in engaging all customers, we need to engage them in a way that they provide a variety of different services. Well, at the largest customer base, they've been, like I said, participating in special case resource program here in New York. They've been providing, various distribution level DR program opportunities, but only recently have they been able to provide much more new types of products, ancillary services. And what we found, both here in New York and elsewhere across the country, is that participation in those ancillary services programs are pretty modest, especially when you compare them against other programs that are out there. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And it largely revolves around the definition of the service itself and the market rules that come about. And those market rules have implications for the performance and how that performance is gauged and judged, what type of infrastructure customers need to put in place, and that has a cost associated with it. Also, we have to think about what kind of benefits are they going to receive, financial benefits. What kind of revenue are they going to be able to get? And if that revenue really is questionable or maybe not enough to get their attention, then what about third-party providers who are trying to, aggregators who are trying to get those customers in the door? If they don't see a real groundswell of interest and they're going to find it hard to, get people interested and involved in these rates, why are they going to want to go out and expend the time, effort, energy, resources to create programs that are going to be attractive to customers? So for New York State, what we really need to be thinking about is learning these lessons that we've seen, looking at these barriers that are out there for some of these new bulk power system products and services, and think about how we can use those lessons in a way that inform what we do with the new distribution system services that we're contemplating. And one way to do that is through pilot programs. Again, the Smart Grid Investment Grant Program was foundational in providing opportunities for 11 utilities to run a series of studies, pilots, in the area of demand response, dynamic pricing, and also enabling technologies. And so let me give you 2 examples that illustrate the power of pilots to enable utilities and give them a chance to learn about what works, but in some respects, more importantly, learn about what doesn't work. Because as I always tell my kids, you learn much more from your failures than from your successes, in order to make sure that in the end, these rollouts that we're envisioning as part of REV are going to be as successful as possible. So the first example I want to give you that was actually, I believe, in Assistant Secretary Hoffman's presentation was OG&E. It was sort of off in a corner. I don't think she talked a lot about it, so I'll give you a little bit of details. It's a pilot that involves 7,500 customers. These customers were asked to volunteer for the study. They were randomly assigned a treatment and control. The treatments that were offered to them were a variety of time of use rates, one of which, importantly, had the on-peak price change on a daily basis. Customers had to respond to one of 5 on-peak prices. The utility learned a tremendous amount through that effort about how to effectively recruit customers and retain them throughout the study. They found the value of providing technology, again, as a means for getting customers into the study, but also giving them an opportunity to really manage their electricity consumption, manage their bills, and then they could see the impacts on the load profile that the utilities, the distribution system load profile. And so through these lessons and through the successful completion of the study and the satisfaction that customers had on this variable time of use rate, they set some extraordinarily ambitious goals. They wanted to fill 15% of the residential customers they wanted to volunteer for this rate within 3 years. The only, I believe, handful of utilities that have ever achieved that in the entire industry have been doing this for years. Most of them are out in Arizona. Salt River Project has a time of use rate that I think is about 20%, 25% participation. But for the most part, these are unheard of acceptance rates that they were going for. After 2 years, as of April 2014, they're 2/3 of the way there. They really think they have a very good chance of doing this. And so I think it's a great example, again, of illustrating the power of pilots to make rollouts highly successful. The second example I want to provide is the Sacramento Municipal Utility District. This is a utility that asked 6,500 customers to either volunteer for a study, but they also took a subset of those customers and defaulted them onto it. They had to physically opt out of the rate and technology offer that they were given. Again, a variety of different rate designs were implemented in this, as well as several different types of control technology. And so the utility, again, learned after extensive market research how to set up the study in such a way and provide marketing material and information to customers such that not only did they reach 15% recruitment goals for their volunteers, but they achieved 90 to 95% acceptance of those that they defaulted on. So less than 10% of the customers opted out initially. Over the course of the first year, less than 15% left after getting those bills on this rate that they were forced onto. So they did an incredibly effective job of giving customers technology, giving them information, tools, tricks, to manage their usage effectively. And so, again, based on this experience and looking at the differential load impacts, aggregate load impacts between an opt-in environment where they were seeking volunteers versus one where they defaulted customers onto it, the overwhelming evidence supported fundamentally changing the standard offered retail rate design from an inclining block rate to a time of use rate. Now, ironically, the state of California, 6 months later, started a proceeding to fundamentally change the state's IOU's retail rate design. Coincidence? Who knows? Next slide. So as is mentioned in the staff report, in order to achieve this vision of customers really being highly engaged and providing the types of services that are envisioned, it's going to require some major investment. Again, this has been talked about extensively this morning in the first panel. And here we're talking about investing in metering, communications, and customer technologies. And when we talk about customer technologies at the residential level, we're really talking about home area networks. Networks that are going to take a bunch of the different types of enabling, control, and automation technologies and link them all together and enable them to provide a variety of different products and services. Next, we're going to need some form of interval or advanced metering to measure the consumption and production of those various products and services, and a communications network that enables not only the meter data for evaluation, measurement, and verification purposes to be transmitted, but also sending signals about price and event so that customers can know, how much, when, to consume and provide these various types of services. Now, excuse me, the example to date with this type of system is advanced metering infrastructure. Now, I know here in the state of New York, AMI doesn't exist, and so you've got some options available to you. But there are certainly some major issues that the state is going to face when it thinks about whether to use an integrated approach or it chooses to use a metering technology that maybe is different from the communications technology and taking a home area network and whether it's integrated into the meter or not. First issue is cybersecurity. Again, Assistant Secretary Hoffman mentioned earlier some of the challenges that, the industry is facing from hackers and others, just infiltrating this infrastructure. And there are different levels of cybersecurity concerns, whether, let's say, the HON is directly embedded in the smart meter or whether it's external to it. Second, we've got interoperability issues. Now, the goal, the paradigm, when Smart Grid really came out was going to be plug and play, right? You could go to Home Depot, you could go to Lowe's, you could go to any big box retail store, grab a PCT off the counter, grab an IHD, and come back to your home, turn it on, and it would immediately bind with the meter, give you that kind of immediate feedback you're looking for. Again, along the lines of what Patty was mentioning earlier, this great access to information. Well, that hasn't happened. Largely these things require a substantial amount of provision. Again, the 11 utilities who are in this Smart Grid Investment Grant Program had to spend an extraordinary amount of time and effort getting these pieces of equipment to work with the AMI systems that they had. The other piece of that is that they oftentimes, up to this point, have been very proprietary. So you think about California. It's got all of its IOUs have their own AMI system. You can't take an IHD in PG&E service territory and bring it down to SoCal Edison if you happen to move and expect it to work. So as the state of New York is thinking about these types of activities, again, on a statewide basis, then this is something to consider. For program providers, you don't want to force them to create separate programs for every single one of the distribution utility service territories. And so the more you can get consistent systems, which gets at the last issue, communications networks, again, whether it's SEP 2.0 or it's Open ADR, whatever it is, making sure it's consistent across the state. That's not to say that it's a one-size-fits-all, but the more consistency you can have, I think the better the business opportunities are going to be for third parties to come and provide the types of services and distribution utilities to provide the types of services on a very common platform. The last issue to mention is connectivity. Again, important concerning the type and the chosen type of technologies that are used, because the existing SEP 1.x technology that's used in almost all AMI systems has large connectivity issues concerning anything aside from single-family residential homes. As you're starting to get into apartment complexes, multifamily homes, connectivity becomes a major issue. And so again, to the degree that in New York you want to engage as many different types of customers as possible to provide the types of services that are envisioned, this is another thing that's going to need to be considered. And so with that, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to the question and answer session.
All right, that's great. Thanks, Peter. And thanks for the invitation to participate today. I really appreciate it. I'm Mark McGranigan. I'm from the Electric Power Research Institute. For those of you that probably most of you know EPRI, but we're a nonprofit research organization that gets most of its funding from electric utility members. It's optional. They join our research programs, the ones that make sense for them. About 25% of our research revenues comes from international utility members. We're a nonprofit company in the U.S., so we have a public benefit mission here in the United States, but we have significant international participation, partly to get the perspective, like we heard in some of the talks this morning, and partly to provide the same kinds of benefits, for those international members. So it's a very exciting time to be working in the research field in the electric utility industry. And I think this reforming the energy vision, the REV process here in New York is one of the most exciting things that we have going on. So that's why I really appreciate being here, see one of the states in this country step up and really take a look at this from a holistic point of view. It's a very similar concept to something that we've been working on that we call the integrated grid. And if you can go to the next slide, and we'll talk about what the integrated grid means here for just a few minutes. We've done a real good job as an industry historically of optimizing our central generation and our transmission and distribution systems to supply load. As Patty described it, that's all we needed to worry about is the characteristics of that load and using our production costing models and everything else to figure out which are the optimum generators to run at any time to supply that load. And the integrated grid is a different model. We do a lot of work with EDF in France, and the first time I heard this term, it really resonated with me. They use the term local energy optimization, and we're really designing the grid in the integrated grid to allow local energy optimization on a much grander scale. Every customer, we've had it for large campuses and industrial customers that have the luxury of being able to build their own combined heat and power systems or their own generation or put in their energy storage and backup systems. They could always optimize their energy use. But the integrated grid is about local energy optimization on a much larger scale. It's demand response, it's energy efficiency, it's storage, it's solar, it's combined heat and power. It's all of those things combined with the grid and central generation. You don't have to stay connected to the grid, but I suspect that, and when we look at it, most customers will like the idea of the grid as one of their options in local energy optimization to enhance their reliability and take advantage of that low-cost power, at least at some of the times, to be available. So we see the grid as a real critical part of this whole integrated grid and the concept of local energy optimization as we go forward. We've started to hear about some of the challenges. What I thought I would do was just highlight three particular challenge areas that we can go to the next slide. Three particular challenge areas that we see that we really need to tackle as part of this integrated grid concept, and it definitely is completely aligned with the whole REV discussion and evaluations that need to take place. The first is we need to come up with a framework for evaluating the role of new technologies in this integrated grid. It's a very complicated process, and the one thing that I'm going to emphasize is that you do have to take a holistic view when you do those evaluations. We can't look at the impact of a particular technologist on a household or the local distribution system. We have to look at high penetration of that technology, if that's a possibility, on the whole grid, how the transmission grid work, how it impacts the reliability of our existing generation and how it operates and whether it's going to continue to operate, and take all that into account when we do the cost benefit on that technology, and might influence how we incentivize that technology. It might influence the programs that we put in place to help customers put in that technology, or it might be part of our investment in the grid to enable the implementation of new technologies. But the framework is critical, so we'll talk about that briefly. I want to mention interconnection requirements for these technologies. And we'll go back to Germany just for a second, even though we talked about it quite a bit already today, just as an example of that, as something that we do need to address. And finally, the architecture for this integrated grid is going to change in the way that the transmission system and the distribution system that connects to these distributed resources are structured, and there's a lot of different possibilities for that. So we need to look at how we're going to plan and operate that transmission and distribution infrastructure in the future. So there's some challenges there. We can go to the next slide and talk about the first of those challenges. And by the way, the fourth challenge is taking all of that information and developing the regulatory and systems and the policy to enable it. And that's what I think what REV is all about. And those first three challenges are the technical challenges that can help inform this process. So I think it's very much aligned. So the first thing we have to do is work on this framework, and it's the message again is you need to take into account the whole picture. I call it scenario development, documenting what you're really evaluating. It's hard to evaluate more than one thing. Southern California did a study of high penetration PV and the costs that they would incur upgrading their distribution systems to support that with two scenarios. One is if they could influence where the PV is located, that's one scenario, maybe closer to the substation where they have more capacity and a system can handle it without a lot of investment, or just unguided and anyone that wants to put in PV can put it in. And it showed a difference of $2 billion in required investment in the distribution grid. But to do that study, you have to make a lot of assumptions. How much penetration are we talking about for the PV? What penetration levels are we going to consider for that? What are the other investments that we're making in reliability and resiliency anyway that might be in the same category and allow higher penetration of that PV on those circuits? What are the technologies that we're using for voltage control on those systems? Voltage control is one area that is particularly interesting because it influences how much PV we can integrate with the distribution system, but it's also something that we're spending a lot of money on anyway. PNNL did a study, showed that if we just controlled voltage better on a distribution system, we could save 3% of the energy in this whole country. And so we may go, and so actually a lot of utilities are going out and spending money on that. Spending money on systems to control the voltage better and save energy. It's great. But are we also looking at how that's going to work when we have high penetration PV? Is that investment in a technology to control capacitor banks and voltage regulators still going to work? Or is it going to start failing as we get to 10% penetration on the circuit? We have to look at the whole picture and put all the assumptions in place. So that's the main point there. And we look at the capability of the existing system. We look at the impacts of whatever those variables that we want to evaluate on the distribution system. We have to look at the grid level, the transmission level, where the power flows are. We have to look at the impact on the resources themselves, how we operate our generating plants, and do the costs and benefits on that whole thing. So that's a challenge that we have. We're in the process of working with the industry and in defining that process and the tools that are needed to do that. But recognizing that it is, you have to look at the whole thing in order to do that. As this next slide is a build slide, and you might just run through the builds all the way to the end. And to illustrate the importance of that, when we do this cost-benefit analysis, and it's important to remember that it is a cost-benefit analysis. I think former Chairman Wellinghoff mentioned that utilities don't like it when customers are installing solar, and I kind of bristled a little bit when I heard that, because actually it seems like all the utilities that I work with actually are on board with customers installing solar. They're, in Hawaii, totally on board. The utilities, totally part of the solution. Southern California, Edison, utilities around the country actually like the idea of customers installing solar, but they want to make sure that the grid is still going to work, when we do that, and that we have the ability to invest in the grid. And that's what it's all about, is looking at on the right-hand side, those costs as we look at the impacts of the resources on the grid, voltage, protection impacts, as we go up to the transmission system and we have high penetration, which we're already there in Hawaii. Virtually, the most expensive impacts that they have to deal with are transmission impacts. They're not distribution impacts. Power flow limitations, impacts on their existing generation, redispatching generators because of where the solar resources are or the wind resources are, and the ancillary service requirements to keep the system working. So we have to look at the impacts all the way up. At the same point, we need to look at the benefits all the way up. We talked about services. You know, I was talking to Andy Ott, the operations director at PJM yesterday, and he was describing the success of their fast frequency response offering that they have in place and the amount of energy storage that's signing up to provide frequency response in PJM, because they put a price out there for being able to respond quickly and help the system control frequency. Energy storage folks are signing up at a significant rate. That's a benefit to the grid of that distributed resource, but we have to have a market mechanism to implement it. So we have to look at both the cost and benefit side, and that's what the framework is all about. I have a slide here looking at lessons from Germany. We already talked about lessons from Germany and described the fact that probably the biggest lesson is, you know, be careful what you incent, because you might actually get it, and then you have to deal with it. But the one lesson that I want to emphasize is interconnection requirements. And Germany actually is usually pretty forward-looking on this kind of thing. They usually get it right. And in fact, they're way ahead of the rest of Europe. They have implemented much better interconnection requirements now. They're the first ones in Europe to do it. The ENSO-E, which is the Association of all the System Operators in Europe, published a nice recommended set of interconnection requirements for these distributed resources, and Germany was the first to adopt it. Unfortunately, they got to go back and retrofit 1.3 million installations now because they didn't have it before. Get the interconnection requirements right before you have 30 gigawatts of solar out there, because it wasn't until they get that high penetration that they realized that they could have an event on the transmission grid, a fault somewhere, a short circuit, that could actually cause all of their PV to trip. 30 gigawatt generator that usually runs even on a sunny day in the 14 or 15 gigawatt range, but still 14 or 15 gigawatts is a big generator. So, and that's because of what we call the anti-islanding control in this country that was in all of those inverters to make sure they tripped on a disturbance for safety on the distribution system. That now that it's a big generator, well, we actually don't want it to trip all the time. For minor disturbances, it'd be much better if they ride through those disturbances. So ride through is a characteristic. Voltage control for their local distribution systems, their low voltage systems. They want the PV to participate in the voltage control on the system. And if they're going to, otherwise they get penalized. If they don't communicate and they don't participate in the voltage control, then they only get to operate at 75% of their power, but of their capability. So there's a penalty if they don't do it, and they're spending the money as an industry to go out and retrofit all those. So we're going to work hard on developing a set of interconnection guidelines, which would be the next generation of a standard like IEEE 1547 that states like New York can adopt, or California calls it Rule 21. We're working with them on testing requirements for that. That's something you want to work closely on. Since we're doing lessons from Europe, and how many people have heard of the duck curve? All right, the duck curve gets around, so the Cal-ISO duck curve. Well, this is the duck curve in southern Italy. This is a real duck curve. It's not the California duck curve anticipated in 2020. This is right now in southern Italy. This is what happens during the day, and it happened between 2011 and 2012. So much solar was put in that it completely changed the net load characteristic on the grid on a daily basis, and resulted in really significant operational problems in southern Italy, the same kinds of things we're talking about in Cal-ISO and any other market where we see high ramp rates when the sun starts to go down and we don't have enough generation because PV is such a big part of the generation. When the sun is coming up and PV generation is reducing the need for the generators that are running during the night, and just a low minimum required always-on generation anyway. So that's something to keep in mind, and that illustrates the need for this understanding how the transmission and distribution system needs to work together. That all of those resources that make the duck curve look like that are distributed resources. They're on the distribution system, but they're impacting the way we have to operate our transmission system. How much visibility do we need to have for an energy storage device in someone's garage, or for charging your car for that matter? How much visibility does the transmission system operator need to have for those resources, like they have visibility to every other generating resource on the system? There's good examples out there, like in Spain, the control center at the system operator has visibility for all the solar and wind in Spain. The system operators in Germany have the same, because it's all metered, it's all monitored, and they can see, how much solar and PV is on at a given time. But where does the distribution company play in aggregating that information and making it part of the overall operation of the system? So combined operation. So those are the three challenges that I think that we really need to work hard on. The overall framework for evaluating new technologies and investments in the grid, the interconnection requirements, and the architecture and the technologies for combined transmission and distribution operation and modeling. And with that, goes along all of these policies and regulations that we'll be putting in place to work with that technology. So thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to keep my remarks as succinct as possible. So if this is the power grid we want, as has been so eloquently expressed by my fellow speakers and the ones earlier in the morning, then it's time to get busy. We have renewables to integrate. We have a wide variety of grid operational costs and infrastructure to avoid. We have customers and third parties to engage at scale to help us achieve those savings. And we have cost savings for the grid to realize and bill savings for customers to earn. What I'm going to describe is an approach to making the accomplishment of those objectives seamless and automatic and routine. And so, next slide. So we call this approach transactive control and coordination. And what that does is blend notions of power markets with power system control to form a transacted network that manages large-scale deployments of millions of these new distributed smart grid assets. Anything from demand response, DG, distributed storage, inverters that Mark was mentioning, etc., electric vehicles, and then used decentralized decision-making and value-based incentives to coordinate them. And the objective here is to achieve what is, in fact, virtually a control system out of assets that we neither own nor control. That's no small trick. But the grid operators the grid operators need the seamless and smooth operation of these assets in order to rely on them and keep the grid functioning. So that needs to be predictable and smooth and stable response, and in the process achieve cost savings for the grid and the consumers and the asset owners. And the fundamental notion here is unifying the incentives that make this happen with the control signal that makes this happen. So this notion of a transactive approach is trying to bring these two things together to keep it simple. The point is that we need to accomplish multiple objectives with this set of assets, or they're not really going to be cost effective. if we're buying, say, demand response and treating it as another peaking power plant resource, then we're throwing away a lot of value that can be achieved. And in fact, it may not be cost effective or not enough more cost effective than traditional approaches to encourage us all to take the risks of trying something new. So what we want to do is engage all types of distributed assets and to address all the viable value streams at all levels of the system, starting at the bulk grid generation transmission, but going down to your local substation and the local feeder serving your community, and engage them on a level economic playing field with the traditional grid. We're not talking about throwing out the baby with the bathwater here. We're trying to work together with the traditional grid assets and do what is right for the customers and what is right for the country. And so I've listed a number of the benefits here. I won't read these, but they range from wholesale type responses, those are everyday price fluctuations, to reducing peak loads even right down at the distribution substation levels, and especially helping us integrate renewables, both in the variations in voltage that they induce, as Mark was talking about, but also in providing the increased need for ancillary services to keep the grid in balance. So I'm going to stop talking platitudes, and as a lab geek, I feel the need to explain that this is real to you. So let me give you an image or a sense for how this is accomplished in this seamless fashion and yet maintain controllability when we only use incentives with this simple example of demand response with some batteries thrown in here. So there's a control loop here, and starting with the top quadrant, number one, first step, is that within a home, in this case we're using a home, each device in the home has some kind of a reaction to price. It turns on when the price is low. If the price gets high enough, the consumer has specified that would really like this device to go off at that price. It's not worth it to me. Now this is dynamic. Whether it's worth it to me to run my air conditioning depends on whether it's 1 degree off where I want it to be or 10 degrees off where I want it to be. So it's not quite as simple as a static step function here, but think of it that way. So at any given time, it's certainly a step function. So then within the customer home, a home energy management system aggregates those, step 2, coming around clockwise, to form a series of steps, which is the customer's price response curve, their price flexibility curve. And so we've got batteries and water heaters and air conditioners turning on and off at various prices. And now what the home energy management system does is strip all the labels off that, because frankly it's none of the utility's damn business what the name of that step is, right? That's private information. But the curve is what you want to purchase as a function of price. That's relatively benign. The third step is to send that to the utility or whoever is aggregating and aggregate them. And so the utility forms in the third quadrant a series of very fine-grained stair steps that reflect everybody all lumped together. And you now have an aggregate demand curve for all those customers. And now the utility can set a price to achieve a certain load at that point in the grid. And the reason that you'd want to do that is you might want to limit the load to the peak carrying capacity of that substation or a transmission line. And that is the essence of achieving control. And at the very last step, the utility then sends the price back to the devices. So you hear a lot about prices to devices. This approach takes one additional step, and that is getting the feedback up front from the customers about their intended consumption, and that gives us a closed loop. That is where control is achieved or achievable. Now, to make this work, the machinery has to be honest. It has to give an honest stair step, right? If it's not accurate, then our ability to effect this control is compromised. So I don't want to belabor that. Next slide, please. Too much longer. I want to wrap this up. So now on this slide, I simply want to say that to make this work at all levels of the grid, it's not enough to just do this at the lowest level at your substation. But the vision is that anywhere you have a constraint in the power grid, you establish one of these little markets, if you want to call it a market, or an exchange. And for example, each of the substations is now expressing its price response curve to the transmission node above it. And it does the same basic process. And in that form, at the end of the day, you end up in the New York ISO market and LMP processes at the top. What's very important is that the responsiveness of any given node, whether it's customer or up at the distribution entity, the responsiveness is voluntary and set by the owner of the node. This is not Big Brother telling you how responsive you have to be. You're acting in your own self-interest here. The response, though, is automated. As homeowners, certainly, we're not going to sit around and watch the next price come in every 5 minutes and do some kind of reaction. This needs to be automated, seamless. This is about the Internet of Things when we talk about at the customer level. So this brings up a set of policy issues that are important. And sort of to wrap this up and tee up the next session, I wanted to bring those out. So proper solutions here that we've all been talking about offer customers, it's a very rare opportunity in life when you can get paid to do the right thing. That's kind of sweet, and I think we need to emphasize that. And a companion message to that is that the way that you be green is to be flexible, right? I mean, that's the flexibility that we need to get from load in order to help us integrate these renewables at reasonable cost. It will help tremendously. So the process here is designed to continually and automatically reduce operational costs and the need for new infrastructure at each levels of the system. But when I explained this at a presentation in front of a utilities team at one of the major U.S. utilities, the vice president afterwards came up, he put his arm around me and goes, "Son," I had more hair and less gray back then, so that was maybe more appropriate. He said, "Son, you realize that I understand everything you said, but you just robbed me of every chance my corporation has to make a rate of return on investment, and that's what we do in this corporation. That's the way we make our money." And that is a harsh reality. And to gain the wholehearted adoption by investor-owned utilities, assuming that they remain a viable proposition, is to perhaps to give them a rate of return of investment on this new kind of infrastructure in lieu of hardcore infrastructure. If we can prove that it is equivalent, and by an automated system that perhaps looks like what we're talking about here, that it does that on an everyday basis, it is avoiding need for infrastructure as well as other operational costs, then that may be justified. And that will change attitudes, I believe, in the utility community. We certainly need interval two-way communication. We need rate designs or incentive mechanisms that transparently reflect actual and displaced costs. This can't be made up. We need to link the incentives that we're offering customers and third parties to do these kinds of responses to the actual value obtained, and those are differentiated by time and differentiated by location. And that location issue is tricky, because what that means is you either have a different rate at a different spot in the grid, or you deal with a set of rebates or incentives that somehow avoid that being a rate. And I will say that in conclusion that there's an alternative to dynamic rates that is obviously preferable from a regulator's standpoint. And that is that if we can offer a dynamic incentive for this as opposed to a dynamic price, the system functions the same way that I just described, but people can keep their flat rate and get paid for responding, or the amount of flexibility that they offer. So it's completely opt-in. It's never even an opt-out. It's a completely time-specific opt-in, and people will play increasingly over time. That would be the hope. But there's a big technical barrier to doing this. It's called the baseline problem, and people like Peter and I struggled with this our whole careers, is that it's almost impossible to know what a consumer would have consumed had they not responded to these prices today, especially when they're responding all the time, at least in small ways, the way I'm describing. There is no period of time you can look backwards and say, well, here's normal. They're always responding. And so if we can solve that technical problem in a way that's equitable and transparent enough to function, then we may be able to dodge the whole issue of dynamic rates. Otherwise, we're going to have to bite that dynamic rate bullet to make this work. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
So thanks to all of you guys. That was really, really very helpful. We have about 15 minutes for questions and stacks and stacks of questions. So I will do my best to get through as many of them as we can. I think some of them have some common themes. So there's one here which is directed really kind of broadly, but maybe kind of at this end of the table first, which several questions that have to do with how do we think about the savings that customers might see from time of use pricing, from all of these types of things and being better integrated into the grid versus the added investment cost of infrastructure needed to enable that. And kind of related to that, do we generally find that customers are willing to pay for new services and or new infrastructure required to make all of this happen? So kind of the cost benefit from the customer perspective.
Let's see, is this working? Okay. So changes are happening anyway, as we've established. The customer is not going to sit back and continue to be disempowered and continue to receive bills that come in weeks after they've consumed the energy. So how do we think about the savings that they can get from time of use? We know from studies that right off the bat, if a consumer has access to their visible energy use, they reduce waste along the lines of 5 to 7%. And of course, if they decide to invest their time, they have the opportunity to save 20 to 30%. That's what the studies out there show, a great deal of savings for the consumer. So in terms of the infrastructure investment to get them there, I'm not sure that studies exist, maybe Peter knows, that actually weighs out that benefit, that nets that out. But I will say that these changes have to occur because the grid is aging, because consumers are demanding more information, and because energy can't be the only industry where consumers are completely disempowered and have no idea how much what they're buying costs. I think healthcare is pretty down there too in terms of being last to the digital party. The rest of industry all has moved on. If you look at banking, even 10 years ago, it would have been unheard of to access your accounts online and transfer money in between bank accounts. And cable, you can go online. I can go online right now and record a show tonight, even though I'm not home. Every other industry is light years ahead of energy, and I think energy is going to catch up, and it has to catch up because of the mega trends that I referred to earlier in my talk about the always-on instant access, about the consumer demand for alternative forms of energy and a cleaner energy portfolio. And as Commissioner Siebelman said in her announcement about the REV proceeding, $450 million is wasted every year between how much peak demand costs and how much baseload capacity is. So that's a huge amount of waste, and I don't have a study in front of me, but I think it's safe to say that consumers will benefit by being empowered and knowledgeable about energy.
Just a couple quick comments, since this doesn't work. A couple quick comments. I think when we talk about investments here, are we talking about something like AMI? It doesn't have to necessarily be AMI where it's an integrated system, but in order to provide time of use rate, you at least need some sort of time of use meter or some sort of meter that can capture the information necessary. But once you get beyond that piece of it, what a lot of the utilities found was they just provided, at least the utilities in the Smart Grid Investment Grant, they didn't necessarily provide customers with lots of control technology. In fact, all of them that provided in-home displays universally decided at the end of their study, as far as I'm aware of at this point, that they weren't going to support them anymore. So IHDs have largely, it seems like, gone the way of the dodo, and we're looking at technologies exactly along the lines that Patty's talking about, using your cell phone and conveying information that way. So we have to at least invest in some sort of metering capability and communications network that provides that information. Now, you're not going to do that purely because you want to offer TOU, critical peak pricing, et cetera. And all the business cases that you've ever seen come out over the last 10 years in AMI, that's a crucial component to it. And I know here in New York with the vast majority of utilities, I believe, if not all of them, with AMR, well, it becomes this somewhat of a challenge maybe to think about moving to an AMI-like system. But the other piece I think that's worth noting here is the OG&E example I gave, where they used a programmable controllable thermostat for that variable time of use rate. They found that the incremental load impact from that PCT was so great, they're handing them out like candy. Anybody who wants to join their variable TOU rate, what they call variable peak pricing, gets a free PCT. It's installed by the utility, and for, I believe, the most part, it's actually maintained by the utility. So they have found that to be a cost-effective tool to enable customers not just to join the rate and to manage their consumption, but it gives the utility this controllability, this manageability that it benefits from in terms of seeing its peak load reductions.
Thank you, guys. Here's one maybe for both Peter and Rob, and maybe others want to weigh in too. The question is, both of you have mentioned the importance of pilots in kind of beginning to figure out some of these questions and figuring out how to move forward in a bigger way. And the question in particular is, how do you design a pilot that really incentivizes third parties and investment and avoids kind of just maintaining the status quo around the utility kind of being the main player in that space? So have you seen any kind of good examples of pilots that really effectively integrate third-party service providers?
That's a great question. Rob, do you want to go?
Well, that's a good question. So third-party service provider pilots. We do have a couple of pilots on transactive control, the technology I was showing in slides. One, both funded by the Office of Electricity with some of the stimulus funds. One in the Pacific Northwest that engages customers with a transactive signal across 5 states and 11 different utilities. And then a very customer-focused example in Ohio with AEP. Results of both of these will be coming out shortly. But I think that the real interesting part of the third-party engagement is things like batteries or thermal energy storage or even dispatchable distributed generation, where a third-party company might come to a commercial building location and say, allow me to use a corner of your parking lot for my device, and together, working together, we can make some money. I haven't seen a pilot that really engages that to that extent yet. And that's what I would really be looking forward to. The other side of engagement of third parties is the Office of Energy Efficiency is looking hard at how can we get plain old energy efficiency savings out of these same communication networks. And one of the ways they're really interested are diagnostic procedures for commercial buildings and deploying those remotely and engaging third-party business opportunities in the efficiency space as well.
I don't know of any.
I was just going to mention that one thing about pilots that is critical, whether they involve third parties or not, is that, and the Smart Grid investment grants are good examples where it was kind of taken into account from the beginning, is addressing the scalability issues and interoperability, looking at the standards issues in cybersecurity, so that you're not doing a one-off solution that, okay, it works, but it doesn't scale to larger systems, or it doesn't help the standards so that we can have third parties and everyone play in the lessons learned from the pilot.
Yeah, that's a great. The only example. All right. lot of the ISOs, ISO New England, ENERNOC got its start through ISO New England Southwest Connecticut RFP. And so they issued an RFP for fast response capacity in a very transmission-constrained part of their grid. And they take all comers. We'll take any type of resource. If you can get a gas GT up in a year and a half, great. If you can do DR, great. If you can do storage, great. And so they set a framework around which they wanted resources to provide a particular type of service. And so I think the example, that to me serves as a really good example, and there's lots of other pilots that ISOs, PJM has run, and others have run in this area that I think the distribution utilities in New York State could really benefit from thinking of it in those regards. Is you set the framework, you set the service definition, you set the rules and requirements, pretty much ahead of time, and then it's a take all comers. I have this amount that I want to procure. Whoever's the best, comes in with the best price. We'll use a competitive environment to provide that service and illustrate it works. And then, in addition, you're sure to find situations and circumstances where things don't work again. And so, taking that and making sure you can learn from it and apply to that full-fledged rollout, so that you're testing something. The SGIG program was a great example where we harped on the utilities. Don't do something that you wouldn't do after the fact. Don't just test something, arcane and obscure. Do something that you want to do going forward.
All right, thanks. So this question is, I'm going to broaden it a little bit, and I think maybe any of you might have some input on it. It has to do with information and data. So there's a lot of discussion as part of the REV proceeding about the need for data and more transparency into information and data. And I think a big question that's come up here about, well, yes, but really what does that mean? Really, what is the most important data that is critical to make all of this happen, and what's not? So maybe just any thoughts from you guys on what are the most important types and pieces of data that are foundational to making this type of integrated, transactional, customer-oriented system work?
Well, there's been some discussion about AMI, throughout here, and that ends up being some kind of monitoring and transactional infrastructure that's more than monthly based is definitely part of the vision that we're talking about here. And I think if you look at a lot of the questions about data have to do with, the customer-owned data and what can we use for managing the grid as well. What data do we need to get to make this integrated grid work? And I think Texas is a good example that's worth looking at. They were one of the early deployers of AMI throughout the state, but having a central system where all the customers can access their data as well as can sign up to get it in real time if they want, and the green button kind of derived from that for the whole country. But looking at the use cases of the data for making the grid more efficient and operationally work better, outage management, voltage control, those applications are actually turning out to be quite a bit more valuable than the information to the customer. We still, it's going to be a foundation for implementing a lot of programs that involve pricing and stuff, but the information, seeing the information is valuable for saving energy is probably the one thing that's kind of come down on the list of things that are really value propositions. Just seeing the data about your energy use, you really need automation and response. But the value of the data for managing the grid has turned out to be huge from these systems, and it's worth looking at that use case in New York again, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. Just providing data to consumers so they can just see it is the least possible benefit. I think providing data to consumers that they can then allow third parties to access and then create fun games, interesting apps, and so forth would be of high value to consumers and would usher in a whole new world of energy engagement than we've ever seen, just similar to the iPhone, how we had no idea that foundation was going to lead to what it led to. And we've seen a lot of that with the Connect My Data, Download My Data, Connect My Data, now Energy Data for Apps contest the Department of Energy has founded. And some of those results are fantastic. So I recommend Googling that. If you can't find it, just let me know and I'll help you find some of those results. But right now, the problem is consumers don't have access to their data, and so neither do third parties.
The only thing I would add is it's going back to a point I made earlier about consistency and just making sure whatever data is collected, it's collected on a consistent basis. It's the format of it is consistent. Its transmittal is consistent. So, again, going back to the sort of the AMI, whether it's SEP 2.0 that you're using or, OpenADR for, whatever it is, it just needs to be consistent across. It would seem to be really beneficial if it's consistent across the state.
Great. Well, we are out of time, so I'm going to thank you guys and apologize that we didn't get through more of these questions. They will be up here for at least a few minutes if you want to come up and say hi. Thank you all very much. We are going to break for lunch right now, and so we're going to start again promptly at 2. Thanks.
Correct. Right. Well, we're all hoping. Well, I'm also waiting for the I-sign for somebody in charge. Tell me we've got it. Well, he's here. He's not sitting in his space right now, but he's. I'm wondering if you guys should switch seats so that James that might be easier. Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. We're going to get started as soon as the room settles. The sooner we start, the sooner you get to leave. Except for James, who gets to leave because he has an airplane to catch. My name is Rich Sedano, and I work at the Regulatory Assistance Project. We help states with a lot of complex regulatory issues. And so in 2014, we're getting to help the New York State Public Service Commission along with Rocky Mountain Institute on reforming the energy vision for New York. And in that capacity, I get to moderate the best panel of the day, with all due respect to the morning panels. So what we've heard up until now are the forces for change, the national forces, international forces, technology forces. And I appreciated that Rob Pratt, at the very end of his talk, suggested that there was a strong link between the second panel of the day and this one, getting to the policy choices that regulators are going to have to make in terms of overseeing the transition, defining roles, defining, in many cases, new roles, defining the terms of engagement between customers and all of these entities that are trying to serve them, regulated and not regulated. And so this panel is about implications, what it all means for these trends to hit the ground and in the form of what the regulator has to do, what the utility is going to have to do, choices that all of them are going to make, and implications for customers. So we have three very experienced speakers to talk with you about different perspectives, things that they've been working on, and that they're going to share with you, and I'm going to tell you about them right now. First, we're going to hear from Lisa Francis. Lisa works at Advanced Energy Economy. She's the Senior Vice President for Strategy and Corporate Development. And she's going to talk about one of her key initiatives involved in working with Advanced Energy Economy, engaging significant groups of utility executives in New York and other places, as well as regulators, on these matters. And she's had a successful and long career as a consultant for Navigant and A.D. Little before joining Advanced Energy Economy, a relatively new organization. And I've used Lisa's work over the years, although we've just only recently actually finally met, and so this is great. Second, we'll hear from James Newcomb. James is a managing director at Rocky Mountain Institute and responsible for their electricity practice. And so you heard from Lena before. James and Lena work together. RMI is an important source of creativity for all of us in the power sector, and James himself is a creative organizational leader, and many of you perhaps know about eSource. Well, James started eSource, and so that's just an indicator of the kind of vision that James brings to us today. Finally, we'll hear from Jamie Van Nostrand, and many of you probably know Jamie from his time at the Pace Energy Center, and he's now Associate Professor and Director for the Center for Energy and Sustainable Development at the West Virginia College of Law. I think it's just great that the West Virginia College of Law has a Center for Energy and Sustainable Development. And after a successful career as an environmental attorney, he came to New York, and I understand he started his career at the Public Service Commission probably longer ago than we need to talk about. So with that, I'll ask Lisa to come up, ask her slides to be posted, and we'll do the same with collecting questions along the way, and we'll have a question period at the end.
Great. Thank you very much, Rich. And I also want to thank Judge Stein, Chair Ziebelman, and Richard Kaufman for allowing me to speak today. This is a really exciting opportunity in New York, and I'm really happy to be part of it. So I'm going to be speaking about the 21st century electricity system. As Rich mentioned, I'm heading that initiative at the Advanced Energy Economy. It's been a great ride over the last year and a half or so. If you go to the first slide here, you can see, and I'll try to nod or do something to get the slides to change. But as we mentioned earlier in a number of the sessions, the world really is changing, and the expectation of what the grid has to deliver is also changing. No more are we focusing on core attributes like safety and reliability and universal access only. The grid now has a lot of other attributes that it needs to provide, which we've talked about and we've heard over and over again this morning about environmental sustainability, resiliency, greater customer control, flexibility. And then you layer on top of that, and setting the foundation, you've got aging infrastructure, you've got declining to low load growth issues, which are putting pressure on revenues. And then you've got the integration of renewable technologies. So all this is really coming together to really set the stage for a need for new business and regulatory models. And so essentially, that's why we began to form the CEO forums that we have been holding. We've done these in conjunction with MIT, the Industrial Performance Center. To date, we've done 5 of these. We started off in Boston. We went to Texas and Aspen. We went to New York in the fall of 2013, and then in March we did one in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. What the purpose of these CEO forums are is we bring together the CEOs of utilities with regulators and with advanced energy companies, our members, and begin to have a small dialogue. So we have about 25 people around a table and then maybe 20 or so observers, but focusing on the key barriers
that are hindering the development of advanced energy within the power sector and begin to talk about solutions for overcoming those. We facilitated a process in New York, as I mentioned, that was very successful. We had all the key CEOs from the utilities at the table. Audrey was there, Richard was there. We had members of the ISO as well as our advanced energy members at the table and had a very productive dialogue. And following that, it was decided that we would form a working group. And so for 2 to 3 months, we pulled together a working group to really hammer out these issues and put together a position paper, which is posted on the website that's shown at the bottom of this slide. And it's basically on the AEE website as well, under the link of the 21st Century Electricity System, and then you drill down into the New York Working Group and you'll see the position paper. It's about 40 pages long. But this was really developed to provide leadership and input to policymakers and regulators and other stakeholders on what changes really need to unfold to achieve this vision of the utility of the future. And it was released on February of this year in 2014. If you go to the next slide, these are the members of the working group. It was really a terrific opportunity to work with these individuals and organizations. So from the utility side, we had Central Hudson, Con Ed, Iberdrola, National Grid, NYPA, and PSEG. Then we had our members, Bridge, Conservation Services Group, Enernoc, GE, Gridco Systems, Johnson Controls, Landis & Gear, and OPower and Verizon. So a strong group of business members, and then on top of that we had some organizations like EDF New England Clean Energy Council, and also the New York Smart Grid Consortium. So a great group came together. We worked extensively together for 2 to 3 months. What I'd like to do today is really focus on the key elements of the position paper and the key elements of our work. What we came up with is really focusing around 3 pillars of the utility of the future. And the structure of the paper is really around customer products and services, network infrastructure and the operational model, and then the regulatory framework. And I'm going to just touch on each of those as we go through these slides today. So on the customer products and services, and I might add, the goal of the working group was to begin to see where there's true agreement or alignment among the organizations, and that's what the position paper has put forth. So on customer products and services, our vision was to have 2 tiers of service moving forward. One would be basic service that the utility would provide, and it would be standard for all customers, and this would be part of, the regulated rates. And it could vary by customer class or utility, but essentially it was the basic service provided only by the utility. The second tier would be value-added services. And so this would be something like if you, as a customer, wanted added reliability, you could go out and get that either from the utility or from a non-utility entity or third-party provider. But you would be paying a premium for that service. And the ultimate vision, too, is that some of these services, with time, could potentially evolve to become basic services. And so this is the structure we came up with. And I'm going to just give you some examples of the kinds of things that we defined as basic versus value-added services, but clearly there's a huge opportunity with the REV even to drill down even further to make these delineations even more clear. So on the basic utility services, we have things like providing access to the distribution system for DG interconnection, reliability requirements, billing, collection, and customer service, metering services, cyber and data security. You'll see that a lot of this is pretty much services that are already offered by the utility, outage services and transaction to buy, sell, or from and to the grid power. So nothing too different, but hopefully this will evolve and provide greater services even on the basic level moving forward. If you go to the next slide, the kinds of things we were looking at that people could pay more for, we heard, maybe customers want to pay for more reliability. Clearly, though, there's a need for enhanced customer and grid management services, as well as maybe providing support on the distribution level relative to ancillary services. So there's a lot of things that we went through, billing services, maybe third parties get involved in that. Maybe they're going to be providing more of the microgrids and some of the energy storage facilities that we talked about earlier. So it's very much in sync, I think, with some of the things that have been presented today. I think the challenges that we see that still need to be worked out are some of the things that are shown on this slide. So we talked a bit about the basic versus value-added services, but I think there needs to be further delineation on what the utility provides and what can be provided by a third-party entity or non-utility entity. And I think the thing we probably spent the most time with during our meetings is talking about the compensation. And I think we realized that that was such a huge issue to deal with that would probably be better served in having something like the REV, deal with that, or some other group continue, because it's not a simple question, right? How do the utility gets compensated not only for the basic service they provide, but how do they get compensated for playing in the value-added services? And do they do that on the regulated or unregulated side? So there's a lot of questions that are not resolved and I think need to be resolved moving forward, because that's obviously a huge issue. If you go to the next piece, which is the network infrastructure and the operational model, we spent a lot of time on figuring, okay, so what is the infrastructure that's needed to really facilitate the vision of the future? What do we need to do for DER integration? And I think we spent the most time talking about two-way communication, AMI, but moving beyond AMI too, potentially, in terms of the network infrastructure that can provide the two-way communication that's needed. And I think one thing, we certainly decided is that, more of it needed to maybe go through a benefit cost analysis to justify deployment maybe in certain geographic regions versus wide-scale deployment across the service territory. Again, some of the considerations are shown below that will still need to be worked out, like the use of the tariffs versus distribution-level market mechanisms for the DER services, to look at the role of the utility. I know here we're talking about them much more as a distribution service operator, but maybe they do want to provide some of the services as well, and then coordinating with the ISO for the planning and the forecasting and operations. So again, still some questions. We basically only had 2 to 3 months to work together as a group. We went as far as we could, and these are some of the things that still have yet to be answered. Moving to the regulatory piece, we have 5 guiding principles that we came up with, and we go into each of these in much more detail in the position paper itself. But we felt that, first and foremost, there are aspects of the regulatory framework that are working. Let's not lose those. Let's keep those. I think the thing we spent the most time on was really the issue of supplementing the basic model of cost of service. The utilities right now are pretty much just penalized for things that they don't do well. They clearly think that there's an opportunity to move much more toward symmetrical incentives. So they would be rewarded for meeting some performance targets moving forward. And so we tried to push some of that in the group. I'll talk about it in the next slide in terms of the outcome categories that we came up with, but we couldn't quite get to the point where we're defining metrics. And I think, again, that might have to be the next step that needs to be taken. There needs to be greater clarity for long-term investments and cost recovery. I know other states are looking at these same issues as well, but there's clearly an opportunity to drill down into that. Adjusting the rate design to allocate costs equitably, and then clearly rate design issues, again, to inform consumers about the value that DG or other these technologies provide to the grid is going to be critical. So the performance-based or outcome-based regulation, as our group called it, currently utilities, as I mentioned, are just really measured on maintaining reliability, safety, and adequate service. And I think the group as a whole decided, look, there's other things that they should be measured on. The ones that are shown here are some of the outcome categories that we decided would be helpful for them and for us to begin to develop metrics around. So advancement of clean energy goals, and that's essentially just saying, look, there's a lot of good policies that are already out there. Maybe the utility gets rewarded for meeting some of those policy objectives. Customer engagement, we talked a lot about that this morning, but the performance measurements should, do something to enforce and incent the utilities around that. Operating a safe, reliable, and resilient system. Operational efficiency, again, across the whole system. I know that's something that Audrey and others have talked about, and that's clearly something our group as well thought would be valuable. And then innovation. I think several of the utilities around the room felt like they wanted to be provided some kind of performance incentives that would help encourage innovation. And so that would be another outcome category to look at. You can't do any of this, some of these things well without, again, re-examining the benefit cost model. And several of the utility execs and even the advanced energy companies in the room, many of them who are here today, felt that there was real limitations in the way that the benefit cost analysis is currently done. And so we need to move much more toward a business case. And the thought was, well, let's take a look at how maybe you can broaden and really provide and really monetize the value that some of these things provide to the grid. You know, maybe you monetize things like diversity or resiliency or system efficiency, but the framework has to be looked at, and you have to also look at the ways that we're dealing with risk and uncertainty in that framework as well. So that's our goal moving forward in terms of the business framework as well, and the benefit cost analysis. And I know there's a lot of firms doing great work in this space, but it's clearly an area that we see moving forward that will need to get addressed as well. And finally, just in terms of the next step and what Advanced Energy Economy is doing, you know, we are a business association. We represent our business members to transform policy in the U.S. and really targeting specific states. So our plan right now is to be a very active participant in the REV process. We're already doing that. We're convening our members on a weekly basis to basically get our position solidified on some of the key issues. So we've narrowed it down to some priority issues that are important to our members. We will continue to interface with the New York Working Group, that, you know, with the utilities on an as-needed basis to run some ideas by them and make sure there could be value gained by the dialogue back and forth. And then we're also going to be continuing to have more CEO forums across the U.S. We've already had a number of states approach us wanting to do a similar thing in their state to basically allow for more communication of lessons learned from New York to other states, but also maybe vice versa, because I think there are some things that other states are doing that could be valuable here. So with that, I'll be happy to answer some questions later. Thank you very much.
Right, the simplest possible technical approach. So it's a pleasure to be here and to see the level of engagement and interest in this process. You know, I think we have all experienced at some time or another that moment of suspension and expectation that occurs when we upgrade the operating system on our computer or on our phone, and we're looking at a screen and waiting for the moment when our files show up safely on the other side. That usually happens with some relief. When we're doing that, we have expectations that that upgrade will bring us greater security, better, faster, more efficient performance, new features, a lot of benefits. And I think the analogy to the process that New York has launched is an important one, because what we're essentially talking about is reinventing the operating system for the distributed electricity system. And I want to say a little bit about what I think that means, what some of the elements of that transition look like, and what some of the benefits it can bring are as well. It's interesting, we at RMI, through our Electricity Innovation Lab, eLab, have convened a set of interviews and focus groups in recent weeks around a paper that we're doing on emerging technology for the distribution edge. And we've been fishing for what are the most important transformational technologies that are really going to drive change in this sector. And I have to say, largely we've failed to answer that question, because every one of those conversations has gravitated back to this conversation, that the transformative change is the change in the operating system. It's not breakthrough batteries in itself. It's not some silver bullet in control systems. It's actually this suite of interlinked systems that form the operating system for the distribution edge environment. Now, our experience in consumer electronics has generally given us a favorable impression of what that operating system transformation can look like. I mean, after all, Apple became the biggest company in the world, at least for a time, on the back principally of operating system innovations and on building operating systems that pave a road ahead for innovation and for performance that serves customer needs. The App Store, I just read, has more than 1 million apps that have been through that gateway of development. more than 75 billion downloads of apps. And according to Apple's estimates, the app economy has created more than 300,000 jobs in the US. Now, I would hasten to add that we understand that the operating system that we're talking about is very different than the domain of consumer electronics for many reasons. Of course, this operating system manages a commons where many stakeholders interact with strong environmental, social, and economic interests behind them. It operates across assets that are owned and operated by many different entities, and that's a formidable challenge in itself. It's not a single developer building a piece of software. It operates in a hierarchy of systems that we might think of starting at the thermostat or the building operating system and cascading up to the distribution operating system, and beyond that on up through our integrated transmission systems with microgrids and other levels of control all along the way. And finally, it's multidimensional. It's not just a physical control system, it's an interlinked system of physical controls and market mechanisms. So it's a pretty formidable undertaking, but it's that network of relationships that creates what the DSPP proposal is talking about. Now, it's interesting that what's happening with the accelerated deployment of distributed energy resources is that things that were originally considered to be small, discrete, and not of great significance at the macro level of the system when they were first conceived or engineered. Would you rather? Is this better? All right. I'll stick with this. That those discrete devices were considered to be in the noise when we thought about system planning and system operations. Well, that's changed, of course, by virtue not just of the scale of deployment, but the increasing interactivity of these types of devices. So it's not, as was mentioned this morning, it's the case that we're thinking about circumstances in which many inverters for solar systems might trip simultaneously, or on the positive side in which we've got a program recently announced by O-Power to sign up 800,000 residential customers for demand response in BG&E's service territory. On either side, we're now reaching the scale where these distributed resources are an important and perhaps going forward the most important marginal element in the way that the system changes its operations. Well, if that's the case, then we really do need a profoundly different operating system to make that happen. It's interesting that this parallels what's happening now in the field of economics. We used to look at the economy through two lenses, a macro lens that looked at interest rates and macro factors, and microeconomics, with nothing really in between. But what is happening now is that economists are looking at that meso layer, and there's a whole literature emerging on mesoeconomics, as the most important domain for the complex interactions that we care about in the economy. That's where bubbles and crashes happen. That's where peer effects happen. That's where stress on one bank is seen to affect or infect other banks in the system. So understanding the meso layer of the electricity system is what this is all about, relating these two profoundly different layers of the system in terms of our historical thinking about them to the way that they will operate going forward. So I want to pose or look at three sets of questions about what this operating system means for the future. First, what does it represent in terms of, or what might this operating system look like in terms of attributes? An operating system that might engage millions of active decision points, and how do we conceive of that system in a way that can still sustain the attributes of the system that we care about for reliability, for the environment, those holistic macro attributes that policymakers care about. Secondly, what are the types of solutions that this system can deliver? And thirdly, and equally importantly from our view, what is the process that's needed to deliver this kind of upgraded operating system? Because the process may be as importantly different as the outcome in this case. So with respect to the first question, The work that we've done at RMI, beginning with much of the analytical work we did for Reinventing Fire, has tried to take a look at what a high efficiency, high distributed resource, and high renewables future can look like. We built a set of models to look at 80% renewables futures with up to 50% of that renewable resource distributed. If we think about those kind of futures and start to run dispatch models for them, and in our case we built a suite of models that complemented INREL's Reed's model to try to do dispatch for systems like that, and we've scaled them down to look at both large scale and smaller scale applications. That work falls in the context of many other models and analytical work done by national labs and a growing body of experiential evidence from small scale experiments around the world of high DER and high renewable futures. What jumps out from that analysis is a couple of things that are pretty straightforwardly obvious. One is that these systems need dramatically more flexibility, and that flexibility resource is not going to come just from large-scale system assets, but increasingly from the customer side of the meter. So developing an operating system that can deliver best buys across that supply curve of flexibility resources in an integrated fashion, accessing both demand and supply side resources, is maybe one of the most important attributes of the future system. A second is just to say that as the share of total investment in electricity system assets that's being made by customers and DER developers increases, we're looking at a future in which control of that system, control of its efficient investment toward an efficiently operating future depends increasingly on accurate market-based price signals that help to direct those investments. So the operating system has to do a bunch of things at once. It has to govern devices and the interconnection rules for those devices. It has to govern apps, the applications or management systems that control the operation of that growing portfolio of devices. It has to deliver system efficiency, just the way your computer operating system does, managing many simultaneous functions and prioritizing and delivering efficiency across that portfolio. And it has to provide a navigation interface, again, in a hierarchical way for system controllers all the way down to customers. So that's a pretty tall order. It's an integrated set of functions, but I think it's what the DSPP future is pointing toward, that radically new operating system that's going to pave the way for the future. And finally, that system has to deliver much greater transparency with respect to cost, because after all, it is that transparency that gives us insight into the $30 billion that Richard Kaufman was talking about this morning, the $600 million annually in congestion costs, the potential opportunities for avoided costs through more effectively targeted investment in distributed resources. So what kinds of solutions can a new operating system deliver? Obviously, one of the targets here is cost reduction and adaptation with respect to those future system investments that, as Richard noted, are unavoidable. We have a set of upgrades in the system that are necessary. We have choices about how those upgrades are achieved. And we also have an opportunity for dramatic improvements in customer offerings. I was struck by Patty Duran's comment this morning that engagement with customers brings a stronger bond with those customers, and the evidence that in fact is the case. So I want to give very briefly, just touch a couple of examples that shed some light on what a new operating system can deliver. I want to start in Hawaii, a long ways from here, and a pretty special case for many reasons. But it is an island system, relatively small, very high penetrations of renewables and distributed resources. And it tells us something about the opportunity for optimizing this flexibility resource that I referenced. Hawaii, as you may know, is in a bit of a crisis right now with respect to integrating variable renewables. HECO has issued an RFP for between 60 and 200 megawatts of storage for the island as a way, in their view, to bridge, to provide the flexibility resource to integrate the next 300 or more megawatts of variable renewables into the system. At the same time, the Commission in Hawaii is pushing in a somewhat different direction and has required that HECO develop a distributed energy resource technology utilization plan, pointing at demand response, electric vehicle charging, smart inverters, the whole portfolio of demand-side resources that they believe can deliver solutions to the flexibility needs required in the system. What we don't have yet in Hawaii, but the Commission and the utility are together reaching toward, is that operating system that can look across that portfolio of resources and make efficient trade-offs. If we need, and I guess HECO's rule of thumb is 70 gigawatts for the next 300 megawatts of variable renewables, how do we look across the portfolio of flexibility resources, make the cheapest buys first, and put in place the mechanisms, and this is really important, that the distributed resources, if they're on the hook to deliver flexibility to the system, are actually engaged in through transactive mechanisms that make them accountable to deliver that service. So Hawaii is an interesting point on the cusp of a crisis, facing this challenge, and you can see very clearly kind of the opportunity for the operating system to deliver value in such a situation. And I'd argue that those kinds of situations are the ones that are coming our way in a growing number of jurisdictions. We've seen some really remarkable innovation from another utility, San Diego Gas and Electric, another of the utilities around the country that has some of the highest penetrations of distributed resources, solar and electric vehicles in particular, partly through innovation in the energy management system, the Distributed Energy Resource Management System, or DERMS, that they're putting in place, with interestingly help from the technology company that helped to develop the Danish grid operation system, the cellular, hierarchical, heavily distributed resource system that's operating in Denmark today. And San Diego Gas and Electric describes this system as federated, distributed, and hierarchical. Federated because there are many different control systems operating across that hierarchy, from the SCADA system down to the more micro systems at lower levels. And distributed and hierarchical because of the spillovers between these tiers of the system. Some of the power systems control engineers at NREL refer to these types of systems as ones that are just trading imbalances. You're essentially trading an imbalance. A prosumer is trading his or her imbalance from the household level up into the distribution system. The distribution system or microgrid may be trading an imbalance up to a higher level of the system. And if we can ensure that those trades are made efficiently and economically, and that those trades represent the necessary attributes of the future system, capacity, ancillary services, energy, and so on, then we're beginning to build an architecture that works across multiple levels. So I want to round off with just a couple of words about process. Audrey said at the beginning of the morning, it takes a village to make this transition, and I just want to reinforce that, because our work at eLab has tried to foster the development of multi-stakeholder collaborations that try to solve these kinds of complex problems. And our experience has been that where multi-stakeholder groups sit down and work effectively together, and that means technology developers, energy service providers, customers, utilities, regulators, it's the only way that these solutions are really being effectively crafted. I think the Commission has here set forth a process that is an open one, and more than that, that really has an appetite for input from structured and self-organized multi-stakeholder groups, as well as individual stakeholders that can bring ideas to the table. And that may be the most important part of this process and the most important innovation to actually delivering the solutions that we need. Thank you.
So we'll now hear from Jamie, and I want to encourage people who are writing questions to get them written, and for the people collecting them to start doing that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Did you take the mic back? Where's it working? Okay, sorry. Probably all you're wondering, how did a guy from West Virginia end up coming to this conference in Albany to talk about New York regulation? As Rich mentioned, I did start off my career at the New York Public Service Commission a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away in the 80s. Then I spent 22 years in private practice representing investor-owned utilities and rate proceedings primarily on the West Coast. And then I came back and was the executive director at the Pace Energy and Climate Center for 3 years before going on to West Virginia about 3 years ago. So some of the perspectives that I have on these issues today are as a former regulator, as a utility practitioner representing utilities, also a little bit of wearing my hat as an environmental NGO when we were running the Pace Energy and Climate Center, and a little bit just as a law professor, I guess, as I approach some of these issues and think about sort of the structural issues involved in what New York is trying to do. I really appreciate Judge Stein including me in this proceeding and the opportunity to get up to speed on some of the things that are going on. I just want to touch briefly on three things. The drivers, we spent a lot of time talking about drivers. I'm going to focus on one in particular. A little bit about the regulatory economics, sort of cutting it back to the core. What are we talking about regulating the structure? And then necessary elements of this new utility model. I may be jumping ahead a little bit in phase 2 of this proceeding, but I go back to what Richard Kaufman said about all this innovation sitting on the sidelines. Well, what are the elements of the regulatory model that are going to engage that and stimulate that innovation? So I think we do need to talk a little bit about sort of what this structure is going to look like in order to sort of stimulate that innovation. So some of the drivers, we've spent a lot of time talking about them this morning. Obviously, we've got the enhanced capabilities and efficiencies, growing dependence on electricity, aging infrastructure. What I really want to talk about is this last one, the system stresses from increasingly severe weather events. And that's one of the things that got me here, was being able to work with my former colleagues at PACE when Con Edison filed the case following Superstorm Sandy, organizing the NGO parties to put on this different vision of the utility of the future. And to me, it's all about climate change. It's mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. It's adaptation. It's preparing that more resilient utility network and being able to work with the NGO parties, PACE, NRDC, EDF, and the Columbia Climate Change Law Center was very interesting to put forward this sort of alternative vision of how do we create this more resilient system, because basically what we saw with what Con Ed was proposing, and PSE&G in New Jersey, very similar, they filed an Energy Strong program, but where did the lights stay on? Well, the lights stayed on where they had DG resources and where there were microgrids. And where do the utilities want to spend all their money? They want to spend all their money with this old model. We're going to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in T&D infrastructure and things called system hardening. And what the objective should be is this more resilient grid. So that's what, to me, there's a number of things driving this, but I think one of the most imminent thing, the most pressing issue is really this, the lessons learned from Superstorm Sandy. Where did the lights stay on? How do we create a more resilient grid? And what I mean by resilient is there's really two concepts of resilience. One is the resistance, the ability to withstand shock, and then there's the second piece of it, which is recovery. How quickly can the system recover? And that's really the objective here, is to how do we design this more resilient grid? How do we get there? And I think the lessons learned from Superstorm Sandy is this decentralized system needs to be a key part of it. The seamless integration of DG resources, and then this customer-centered utility system, which is another driver that we've been talking about a lot today. So as we step back and sort of figure out what is this thing going to look like, how are we going to regulate it? I mean, I teach a regulatory economics class, energy regulation, markets, and the environment, and we talk about well, the three functions of utilities. There's generation, there's distribution, and there's transmission. And you step back and you see, well, what are the natural monopoly pieces of the utility services? Well, it's the distribution and it's the transmission, but generation was not a monopoly. There are not natural monopoly characteristics there. So looking back and sort of the federal model, FERC in Order 888 way back in the 90s recognized that is not a natural monopoly. The generation market is not a natural monopoly. We're going to open that up to competition. We're going to continue to regulate the natural monopolies, which are transmission and distribution, and then those aspects of utility service that are not natural monopolies, we're going to open them up to competitive forces. And when we do that, we're going to decide, well, how are we going to make sure that platform is designed to ensure fair competition? Basically, going back to Richard Kaufman's point, how do we get this innovation off the sidelines? So I look at the lessons learned from restructuring of the electric industry at the federal level. Basically, Order 888, Order 2000. You regulate the natural monopoly aspects of the utility service, and then you ensure fair competition where the markets are competitive. Mike Hogan had the remark, the third-party providers must have the opportunity to compete and to compete fairly. And so you look at some of the elements of that process at the federal level. Was this concept in Order 888? We are going to ensure open, fair, and non-discriminatory access to the grid. And going to the next slide. And basically, what that was all about was functional unbundling. That utilities can really not grant a preference even into their own customers. I mean, Order 888 was all about making sure that utilities could not manage their natural monopoly service in a way that advantaged their other services in the face of competition. So Order 888 was, even if a utility had built a transmission line to deliver power from a remote power plant to its native load, FERC said we were not going to allow you to grant yourself preferential treatment. It's going to be open, fair, and non-discriminatory access. And so I think that is kind of a guiding principle in this in terms of the utility, this model that the staff has come up with, which I think is a great document, this whole concept of the distribution system platform provider, because you're really recognizing that the utility has a role to play providing that platform, but is there a sense that they need to, and again, Mike Hogan made the remark that platform needs to be a protected monopoly. You're recognizing that this is a natural monopoly function, so we are going to continue to regulate that as a natural monopoly, but all the other aspects are really, they don't have natural monopoly characteristics, so we should open that up to competition, and the competition needs to be open, fair, and non-discriminatory, meaning there may be a very limited role for the utility. When you look at the actions of FERC with respect to a utility not being able to grant preferential treatment to wheel its own power over its transmission lines, that's sort of what we're talking about, a recognition that a utility is going to behave in a way that's going to advantage itself when it grants access to its system. And FERC dealt with that by Order 888 and then Order 2000, which set up the RTOs, which I think is a very similar model in terms of what we need to be thinking about, is that the PSC would continue to regulate this platform, the natural monopoly aspects of it, and then try to create the rules of the game so that the competitive pieces, so it's the third-party providers have ability to compete and the ability to compete fairly. And along with that, I think another element would be so the traditional rate regulation of that natural monopoly function, but there needs to be this sort of a recognition that to try to provide some incentives to basically, how are we going to measure the metrics of how well a utility is providing that service? Then I think we look at this performance-based rate-making notion. And what are the objectives that we're trying to achieve with this model? Well, one is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. That was enunciated in the Con Edison order. Obviously, I think one of the drivers is climate change, which is climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation, but the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So we'll measure utility, how well it's operating that platform by how well are you achieving that public policy objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by promoting energy efficiency, by promoting clean DG resources. Same thing with empowering customers, this customer-centric approach. How well is the utility doing in terms of creating this customer-centric approach? Same thing with system resiliency. How well is the utility doing to improve the resiliency of the network? It's both its ability to withstand a shock and the ability to recover from a shock. And of course, another huge driver in New York is this more efficient system with all the excess capacity. How well is the utility doing in terms of lowering its cost, and how well is the utility doing to promote competition for competitive services? So it's this notion that and to be able to provide that sort of this performance-based piece of it is both, the importance of providing that symmetry. I think another key piece of it is these clearly enunciated metrics, a system of reward and penalties, just thinking of all the billions of dollars that it takes to run a utility system. And the financial community is going to be watching this proceeding very closely, because we understand the rules of the game of regulation. All the rate cases that I've litigated, we all understand what those rules are, the burden of proof, the prudence standard, all those things. And there needs to be a recognition, what are the opportunities for the incumbent utility providers under this model? So that's why I'm saying the metrics need to be clearly enunciated, and there needs to be performance standards that are both provide for rewards and penalties. There has to be an upside for the utilities instead of this model that we have now, which is largely penalty based, more of a downside than an upside. So with that, like I say, I think I jumped a little bit probably into phase 2, but I really think in order to achieve the innovation, some of the goals that we want to achieve, we got to lay out sort of what that overall framework is going to look like, so that we can stimulate the innovation. Thank you. I look forward to questions.
Thank you all. And so I'm going to just jump right into the questions because there's a lot of good ones here. The first set of questions that I'm going to focus on have to do generally with the relationship between utilities and third parties. So we're going to dive into the tough stuff right away. One question is framed directly for Lisa about the distinction between basic services and value-added services, and whether that is if there's a parallel between that and regulated services and unregulated services. And maybe you could talk a little bit more about what your process has found, or what you think. Either way you want to address that, and then we'll get also into the there's a question about utility-centric versus a more ecumenical DSO, which you can also think about addressing as we go. So, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this issue came up in our dialogues, because some of the utilities did have unregulated subsidiaries that already play in this space, and obviously they don't want to be competing directly with them. And so, we didn't have the clear answers. I think, clearly the utilities want to be able to play in the value-added services space, and even some of the regulated utilities felt like they wanted to play in that space. And, the question is, if they have an unregulated subsidiary, is there a way that both entities can somehow do that? And, I don't think we came up with an answer. We were hoping that in the framework that evolves, that something might be able to allow both to play. But clearly the regulated utilities did want to play a role in doing the value-added services. So there wasn't a sort of a one-to-one that if it was value-added, it was definitely on the unregulated side. It was not at all. I mean, I think some of the utilities definitely wanted to be able, the regulated utilities wanted to be able to provide those services. The real question is, how do they compete in the market fairly against third-party providers? And how do you do that fairly? And so I think those were the issues that we didn't quite, we teed them up as an issue that needed to be resolved. I know there's a lot of utilities in the room. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment, but
I'm not sure we're going to entertain that exactly, and because there are also a lot of third parties in the room, and there will be plenty of opportunity to comment other time. So we're just really teeing up issues as you're doing. Thank you very much.
So I guess I'm not going to...
Jamie, why don't you engage with that? I want to be sure this microphone is working.
I think it works.
Okay, good.
I mean, I would go back sort of to the model I had. If utilities want to compete, I guess I would use the FERC model at the federal level as, open, fair, and non-discriminatory access, fair competition. I'm skeptical that you're going to stimulate all that innovation if you're going to make third parties compete with utilities. I understand they want to compete. I don't think that gets us there very quickly. I like the model of recognizing the natural monopolies, regulate it closely, regulate it as a protected monopoly, open everything else up, and if you're going to let them compete, it needs to be functional unbundling so that there's no ability for the utility to advantage its other services through its operation of the regulated platform. I like to use platform as a great concept, but that's the way I see it.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I just want to add one other comment, though. I think I think some of the utilities, at least when we were developing the position paper, felt that this was an opportunity for them to earn additional revenue to help deal with things like the infrastructure that's aging. So it's potentially another added revenue source that can deal with the issue of the low load growth or declining load growth. So I just want to put that out there, that's their vision of how they could potentially bring additional revenue into the picture.
I wonder if any of you have thought about the conditions under which competition could work, and I really don't mean to telegraph anything that I'm thinking about this, but the telecom analogy comes up. Sometimes it's inapt, and sometimes there's something to learn from it. And there was a lot of effort to create functional barriers within companies to try to enable fairness among the new entrants and the regional Bell operating companies. And I wonder if any of you, and feel free to just say I don't know, but if you have a thought about whether there's anything we can learn from what many state regulators around the country did during the 90s to try to help innovation and help progress. Basically a new operating system for telecommunications came along 20 years ago under these kind of circumstances. James?
Yeah, I actually don't have a lot to say about that. I'm not an expert on the telecom analogy, but a couple thoughts. Through eLab, we produced a paper that we called New Business Models for the Distribution Edge about a year ago, and so I want to just reference a couple of different models because we explored some of the pros and cons of this trade-off. I think there's first of all, a variety of different ways in which we can conceive workable business models that support distributed energy resources delivering system services, and that's kind of the threshold here. We need more from them than we've been positioned to get from the first generation tools we've used, net energy metering and so on, or inverter standards, or many of those mechanisms will require upgrade. And so we looked at one model under which a utility is a pretty dominant player in distributed energy resource development, either through managing those making those investments directly, managing those investments through RFP or other approaches, but with behind it kind of an IRP process for the distribution system on steroids. I mean, really a dramatic increase in the transparency and forward-looking capacity for looking at distribution system investments, and just like that example I gave for Hawaii, looking at the set of resources on the supply and demand side that could meet the same requirement. And of course, Con Ed is among the leaders in the country and the world in looking at ways that targeted efficiency or distributed resources can be used to optimize the distribution system. So there's one frame of reference that looks like that, and that I think has an interesting and workable path forward. There's also a much, much more bounded vision that champions having the distribution system operator in some fashion as looking more like an ISO and delivering prices, delivering market signals to allow third parties principally to provide that function. And of course, this will be an important set of considerations to
advance in the DSPP conversation ahead in this state is, what are the pros and cons of the different boundaries around the utility role there? If there is privileged information about the future of the system that is going to drive investment and where people make and lose money, then how do we manage that information in a useful way that makes it available to the stakeholders that can deliver and makes a level competitive playing field to deliver that service, and also doesn't convey special benefit on any of those players. So that's a general answer, but it's, I think that's the center of what we're struggling to deal with. And again, I'm a believer that there's probably a couple different workable models out there.
And I'm not going to talk specifically about telecom, but I could just tell you one thing that came up in our sessions about innovation. I think one of the things that the third-party providers, I think, felt was critical to being able to provide innovation was access to data. This was a key issue that came up a lot. What level of data was needed? Is it real time? Is it near real time? 5-minute increment? But clearly, the access to that information will foster innovation. At least that was felt, and I think that's going to be a key issue moving forward.
One of the questions that came is related to this. Focuses on microgrids. Perhaps there's a sense that microgrids bringing innovation into a distribution system from third parties, but in a sense addressing perhaps a utility concern, and somewhere in New York there might be a distribution system challenge that where microgrids might be part of the answer. Is there? Do any of you see microgrids as a way of providing opportunity for everyone, where the utility is perhaps soliciting the innovation, and that's a pathway to address utility concerns as well as third-party concerns, or perhaps it isn't so promising?
So a couple of thoughts. I mean, a good example, a case in point of there are some special circumstances like Borrego Springs for San Diego Gas and Electric, where microgrid is the cheapest solution, and the utility can recognize that and go forward with a microgrid-based solution. They're now advancing to look at opportunities so that Borrego Springs could actually island. But the development path for that has been driven by cost minimization in meeting service requirements. I think there's a related but different set of issues here in New York, with the state putting $40 million forward to advance community microgrids, and thinking behind that has to do with community microgrid for essential services and reliability considerations. This is a pretty different paradigm than historically we have, regulators have imposed on utilities, which is standard level of reliability for all customers. And I think it's very, very likely as we go forward that there will be more differentiation in reliability needs, willingness to pay, and some spectrum or adaptation of the utility model of how microgrids are integrated into system planning to match those customer requirements. I mean, it's what we already know on the data center side of the business is you've got customers exiting because they want to build their own system. I think that's kind of one flank of this problem, but at the heart of it is a set of issues that, again, as I see across kind of this whole spectrum, a need for more differentiation. And that differentiation is going to come in price signals that differentiate the components of value delivered to customers or by prosumers to the system. It may be differentiation around what you pay for in level of reliability service, and more tiers and breakout of that. And all of that is going to entail somewhat more complexity. It's going to entail, but again, it's building an operating system that paves the way for future services. I think doing that is going to take some courage by regulators and utilities alike, and I was very much encouraged by Patty Duran's comments this morning about about when you really dig into it, the opportunity to bring customers along on that journey as
in fact, we go to more complexity, but we may have a situation where you've got an opt-in tariff and you've got a service provider pulling a customer on to a more complex tariff, not because the customer wants to pay more attention to their energy use on an hourly basis, but because there's a solution that a service provider can install that's going to save them money, and they buy the device and plug into the new tariff, and they're off and running.
Okay, Jamie, you want to address that?
I think microgrids present a tremendous opportunity. There are a couple of the success stories from Superstorm Sandy, the NYU campus, the Princeton campus. When I was at PACE, we did a NYSERDA-funded study, thanks to Frank Murray and the folks at NYSERDA, working with Columbia. What are the regulatory and legal impediments to microgrids in New York? And there are a lot of them. Some of them are statutory. Some are things of the PSC policies. And I'm thinking that it looks like the PSC is going to be interested in taking those on. Some of those are just things that the utilities, are in the utilities tariffs, and they don't necessarily want to accommodate or promote or facilitate microgrids. When I was at PACE, we intervened in the Con Edison 2009 rate case on the issue of promoting DG within Con Ed service territory, saying we think Con Edison needs to show that it considered DG as an alternative to these hundreds of millions of dollars of T&D infrastructure investments they were making. That resulted in a DG collaborative process, and I got to see up close that if it's against the utilities business model, it's not going to do anything to really make these things happen. We wanted the changes in the tariff to basically replicate what NYU was able to do with Con Edison, because there wasn't any technological reason why you couldn't have more microgrids, but the tariff really prevented it. Now I see in the Commission's order from February, that's one of the things that Con Ed is going to look at, changing its tariff to actually facilitate microgrids. So you at least deal with the impediments in the utilities tariff, but I think there are some statutory issues in terms of power crossing property lines and rights of way and things like that. They may need statutory changes and probably some regulatory changes at the PSC, but the NYSERDA report really lays out a lot of the issues. How can we promote microgrids? But I think based on what happened to Superstorm Sandy, that really is a good step towards a more resilient network.
And if I could just add 2 more cents on it, I agree with those comments. And I think one thing that we're seeing is that some of the microgrid development is being done by customers or in districts that have the highest appetite for renewables. They're really trying to get to very high shares of renewables and to integrate those locally. In some cases, military bases. In some cases, net zero energy districts. Worked a lot with Fort Zed in Fort Collins. That's a downtown business district, zero energy district. And I think those are interesting for a couple of reasons. It's on a totally different track than the reliability issue, but they are serving customers that want to meet their own high environmental standards that may be, again, differentiating, meeting an even higher standard than is being set for the grid. And enabling that, we're learning a lot. I mean, we're seeing some fascinating experience from these districts that are aiming toward net zero in terms of what they're learning operationally and in terms of their ability to plug into the grid, to transact with the grid in a way that's both useful to the microgrid and of value to the macrogrid.
Okay, a different line of question. This has to do with customers who produce their own energy, and the questions are about how customers are compensated for the energy that they produce. We have net metering. Other places have a value of solar. There are rate design issues emergent on this, and I think generally the questioner wants to know what you all think about not the current practices, but where we might be headed, especially if there's quite a bit more distributed generation that is going to come into the grid, and the investors of that will want to be treated fairly. Lisa, do you want to start?
I just know that it's such a loaded issue. I'm even afraid to say anything. But on the solar side, I think clearly, the direction that everybody realizes that at some point there is the whole infrastructure that supports a lot of the solar that goes in, and how do you, address that fairly in the marketplace? I mean, is there a fixed charge, a standby fee? What is I think something is moving forward in terms of one of those solutions to address that fixed charge support that goes into, and then there's the cross-subsidization issue that has surfaced to the top. So I think it's a very politically charged issue, as we all know, those of us who've been dealing with it over the last few years. I think moving forward in the next year, it's going to be the critical issue facing the solar industry and other DG technology, but I think it has to get addressed.
I wonder if you think that at the root of the politically charged, and there certainly is a lot of that, there is a value basis to this. Can we find the answer somewhere in a value basis, or is it just going to be put your finger in the wind and find the right place?
Well, I think there's a lot of studies out there that have been looking at the value of solar, and I think you can monetize the benefits, and and look at some of the costs. So I think that just needs to be done, looked at for New York more specifically as we go through the rev. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has.
Any other takers?
Well,
yeah, it's a hard question. I think that we've been looking at a distant future model of what we call attribute-based pricing, where there's prices reflect a stack of values, and this, as Lisa and many others have observed, is a challenge to build the methodologies and the transparency necessary to create that stack. But ultimately, if we're thinking about a kind of high-functioning, high-distributed resource future, we need that foundation. Now, the transition path to get there is probably one that has many steps and, entails a sequence of step-outs from today's, largely volumetric-based mechanisms and net metering compensation to something that might look like value of solar or a variant on it that meets the requirements of reasonable stability for the market and builds, again, this foundation so that there's a platform for further refinement of what the components of that value stack are, whether ultimately you're getting a bonus for having a smart inverter or the pieces of that value.
Yeah, and I just think the monetization issue has to get more fleshed out. In terms of, I think people have done value of solar studies, but have they really accurately reflected the increase in fuel diversity or better resiliency or even better system efficiency? Have some of those issues that are more broad been captured in some of the monetization that has been done?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of judgment calls made in rate-making policymakers when you look at cost of service studies and how you're going to design rates. There are judgment calls every step of the way because economists will all agree that the principle is cost causation, but they all disagree about how to get there. So I think accurate price signals are very, very important. I think DE providers, distributed generation providers, need to make sure that they're getting compensated for the value of the services that they are providing to the utility. One of the cases I think is very interesting is the FERC case from a few years ago involving California's high-efficiency cogen feed-in tariff. Because there you had a battle between what utilities were required to pay under PURPA versus a state's clearly enunciated policy of trying to promote high-efficiency cogen. And FERC said pretty much was able to in a very elegant way, say, well, states basically have the authority to set avoided costs primarily, and we will let you recognize, and the issue is really, can you recognize the avoided T&D infrastructure costs? Can the rate for the feed-in tariff for high-efficiency cogen reflect the fact there are avoided T&D infrastructure costs? Well, the utility was just going to give them a 10% bonus. FERC said, no, we will give you a lot of flexibility in determining how you're going to define avoided costs to advance your state's public policy goals, but you're going to actually have to show what are the avoided T&D infrastructure costs. We're not going to let you just put a number in there. They have to really be avoided costs. But I think that's just an example of where policymakers and regulators can really capture the value of the services that DG providers are having, and if states can get aggressively move forward on that, there are a lot of judgment calls, and regulators have a lot of deference, a lot of flexibility to advance public policy objectives.
I'm reminded of that old aphorism that you could put all the economists in the world end to end and you still wouldn't reach a conclusion.
Okay, that's a good late afternoon comment. Thank you very much for that. Now, we have a question that I think was prompted, James, by your observations about San Diego and Hawaii, and that's a question about what the benefits have been, in fact, from heavy deployment of DG. Have there been benefits on the cost side that customers have seen? Is it benefits on in the system? What are the benefits that those places have seen from the DG deployment that they've had?
Yeah, it's a good and legitimate question, and I think when we look at solar, we've had a system that hasn't really adequately, in our view, I guess, incented solar development in a way that delivers as much value to the system as is possible going forward. So maybe the best place to look is demand response, and there are certainly some pretty impressive demand response programs around the country and around the world. You know, those very simple Nest thermostat programs are delivering about better than 50% air conditioner runtime on peak, which means about, I think, 1.2 kilowatt on peak average savings at very modest cost and with great customer acceptance. And then the best of class residential DR programs like those being run by OG&E are delivering on the order of 2 kilowatts per customer. So there's some really interesting examples of that kind and I think that's maybe the domain of distributed resources where there's the clearest line between value contribution and the roll-up of that value and its transparency and competitiveness against a system alternative.
Okay. You want?
I was just going to emphasize that I think the exciting part moving forward is not looking at technologies in isolation. I think in the last 5 years, everybody's been looking at solar in isolation. I think the exciting thing moving ahead is that it's going to be looking at solar combined with DR and storage and looking at the whole system and how you can maybe incentivize optimization moving forward of the different technologies and how they play together. I mean, I think that's the opportunity ahead of us in part of the REV. You know, how do we make sure we're optimizing the greatest efficiency of the systems working together, not in isolation?
So one of the good things about being a panel late in the day is you get to reflect on things that happened already. So one of the things that Pat Hoffman talked about was the importance of having some entity looking at the bigger picture and being able to see the whole view of what's going on. And one of the things that is part of the whole view are state renewable energy and energy efficiency targets, which New York has, and there's a lot of money spent on those. And so the question goes to, in the context of a reformed energy vision, where do those targets end up? Do they stay there basically just in the same way and everything is built up around them, or do they change materially and get manifested, and maybe they get met, maybe they don't in the same way? What would you like to talk about, if anything, relating to how the existing targets for efficiency and renewables get met in a reformed energy vision system? Nobody said this would be easy.
I guess I would go back to
the
a performance-based model, and I think it needs to be symmetrical so the utility has some upside as well as a downside. But that could be a policy goal that when we roll out the performance-based rate making, how well did the utility do in meeting a particular objective and achieving certain levels of energy efficiency savings or certain levels of renewable integration into their portfolio? I think it could be definitely part of the performance rate making approach.
Well, I think as was noted this morning from the German experience, when you've got a competitive and active market for distributed renewables and you turn on the spigot, you can get a lot. And I think there's also an opportunity to regulate that spigot to make sure that we hit the environmental marks that we want to hit for the system as a whole. This is, again, kind of how do you regulate that meso layer to get the macro outcomes you want. I think there's plenty of reason to believe that that's a doable thing. I don't see any signal from this commission that environment is any less. In fact, it's certainly a major driver of, from what I can see here of the vision of the future going forward. And there's a lot of reasons to expect that we can do that well, that we can embed incentive in those value stacks of compensation that direct the market and fine-tune them, adjust them over time to get the environmental, to hit the marks of environmental performance that we need. So it's definitely a different paradigm. I was a big fan years ago of this book that Kevin Kelly, the editor of Wired magazine, wrote called Out of Control, that was about the kind of this distributed world in information and systems that we're going into. It doesn't mean that we can't tweak the outcomes through making the incentives right. I think we're likely in any event to be headed into a more hybrid future in which there's really no sort of pretending that the distributed resource revolution isn't going to happen, but there's an opportunity to manage it in a way that still maintains all of these attributes that we care about, which are environment, affordability, resilience and reliability, and that's really the heart of what DSBP is trying to point toward.
I mean, I'll just quickly say, I think that we'll still see RPS and energy efficiency standards, but maybe more in the context of these outcome categories of, outcome-based regulation that we were talking about earlier, performance-based regulation. One of the metrics we talked about as an outcome category was advancement of clean energy goals. And so I think RPS and energy efficiency fit into that, but it's not in isolation. You've got to have these other performance goals like customer engagement or operational efficiency at the system level or innovation as another performance metric. So I think it's just one of many performance-based, regulation targets or categories that we're going to start pursuing.
Okay, and a similar big picture concern is the flow of capital to support the generation that is connected to transmission, the larger scale generation. And to the extent that we have all these distributed resources coming along, and we've talked about the oversupply in Germany that Mike Hogan talked about earlier. Is there a concern about where the capital is going to come from in this reformed energy market, or perhaps you can just talk about your vision about whether there'll be any change in the way capital flows to support large-scale generation, and what the controllers, in this case the Public Service Commission, would do to influence that.
I mean, it kind of goes back to the challenges of trying to create these competitive capacity markets. It's a huge challenge, and I heard again today, and I heard it back in West Virginia in terms of this notion of gas-fired generation getting a pass, that they don't really have a firm gas supply, but yet they're able to bid into the capacity market. Well, if you make them get a firm supply, well, then the capacity market price will be higher, but that's probably what we need to have, because you need to stimulate the installation of more capacity. But it sort of goes back to how well are the capacity markets working to make sure you're sending the accurate price signals to potential investors.
I'll nudge a little harder. Illinois has a centralized power agency that buys all the power that serves default customers. So there's a willing buyer that generators can count on to take long-term contracts. Do any of you think that anything like that is in the cards for New York, or is that just a premature question? And this is what the question is, so I'm just not making this up. But is that a role for government that you think is useful, or is that a role for government that we want to leave in the rearview mirror?
To mandate long-term contracts.
to be the counterparty for long-term contracts, to address the concerns that independent generators might have for who's going to buy my stuff.
I mean, I think it's one solution. I think, you know, the reality is there's no silver bullet in this question, and I think it's got to be a portfolio of options. You know, I think allowing maybe the utilities to play in some of these value-added services provides additional revenue that can go toward the capital investment on the T&D side. I think long-term contracts is another. I mean, I don't think it's going to be one thing. I think it's got to be a mix of different solutions to help address the issue.
We are going to bring this to a close. I'm going to thank our speakers for preparing today. Thank you all for your attention. Eleanor is going to send you off, but thanks for playing this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you all for coming. We're going to be drawing on all of your expertise and your wisdom and your experience in the coming months in the form of helping our staff do its fact-finding and contributing to the development of policy. So this was a wonderful way to start, and we appreciate your participation. Thank you very much.
I followed your work when you were at the